Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Sana, can you hear me?
Mario, can hear you loud and clear.
Sana, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mario. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Chairperson.
Lixesha lenzolo nomthandazo. Dankie. Neem asseblief julle sitplekke. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce the vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Ms. N. Tafeni has been filled by the nomination of Ms. N. Makamba Boja with effect from the 6th of June 2023. The member has made an oath in the Deputy Office Speaker. I welcome you, Honorable Member. I hope she is here. Stella Pagame. Thank you, you are welcome. Thank you. The first item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 1, Peace and Security. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. If a member who's supposed to ask a supplementary question, Honorable Kaula, please take your seat. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technical difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will. The first question has been asked by the Honorable M.G. Hendricks to the Minister of Police. I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The management of the SAPS, South African Police Service in the Western Cape province has established a multidisciplinary extortion priority committee, which comprises internal and external stakeholders. This committee addresses various manifestations of extortion in the province, including inter alia extortion affecting the construction and businesses sectors, both formal and informal. The focus of this committee, through its integrated task team, includes prevention initiatives, e.g. awareness campaigns. It encourages reporting by means of an extortion hotline and focused investigations. with dedicated prosecution capacity and guidance from the National Prosecuting Authority. Informal businesses such as spaza shops are addressed through integrated intervention and operations between the SAPS and the various stakeholders via Extortion Priority Committee. Detailed information that is made public with regard to the SAPS operational deployment of human and material resources, or with respect to any area of operational strategy and tactics may pose a threat to the safety and security of the infrastructure and personnel, as well as the operational strategy and further detail can be therefore not be provided for the sake of safety of these operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will go to Honorable Hendricks.
Honorable Minister, the DA-run Western Cape Province and the city of Cape Town has a struggling law enforcement department who is unable to deal with a handful of extortionists who are holding them to ransom. Can the money for the road project which the DA-run municipality halted because they fear the mafias be returned to the treasury to give to the army to complete the much-needed road projects as under the DA-run province and city of Cape Town? It's not safe to do so. And will the minister agree that to put the police under their control will only make matters worse?
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, the South African Police Service is a national entity. We use the national approach when we do policing in all prevention, combating, including investigations. We don't necessarily work on the understanding that we are provincial entities. We are not. Therefore, the Western Cape to us is policed like any other province. But one can just add that there's been quite a very good cooperation when it comes to this extortion. Is a province where almost all levels have met. I have met Premier of this province on this matter, and the Office of the Premier is represented in this multidisciplinary. We have the province, the municipality is also represented, almost everybody, and so much extra resources, both national and provincial, have been put on this matter. So we're quite happy, and I think it's one area where we're very cooperative at all three levels of governance. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next opportunity now goes to Honorable Siabe. I recognize Honorable Siabe.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, extortion has become a prevalent phenomenon in townships and in the construction sector, but it is not limited to the Cape Flats, but throughout the country. How is your department thinking to deal with this issue of gangsterism and extortion in other parts of the country, which tends to have a crippling effect, especially on the small business? If you check in the city of Tshwane as an example. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Indeed, Chairperson, this scourge is not just in the Western Cape, though it's prevalent in Western Cape, KZN, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng, but it is part of the problem in different provinces. That's the reason that a highly decorated brigadier has been made the head of the special unit that deals with the infrastructure. 18 of those units in different districts in the country have been established. And already there've been a response of the police. 42 of these leaders of these cartels have been arrested. We're very happy that even the courts are beginning to take this very serious. One of them has been given 15 years of those people. And one notorious one that will be known by many people here from Mamelodi, a guy called Keke, has been arrested and has been put there for some time now. So we are making movements. Yes, it's difficult, but it's a matter that we're taking very serious as a South African Police Service and other agencies. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next opportunity goes to Honorable General M. Terblanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the SAPS's apparent inability or reluctance to get to grips with this evil in the construction industry has forced the Western Cape government to spend plus minus 30 million rand to ensure the safety of its citizens. Minister, how many criminal cases have been opened and how many arrests were made? If not, why not? And what is the relevant detail? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Well, the honorable member just repeats what I've said. To say this is one province where we're working very well when it comes to this question of extortion and all levels of government putting resources. Well, I knew they put resources. I didn't know that they have put 30 million. That 30 million they have put is a drop in the ocean vis-a-vis the money national we have put here. This province, Chairperson, is the only province in the Republic of South Africa where we've created the operation called Operation Thunder, where for last 24 months, we are sending almost 200 police that don't belong to this province to do policing in this province. Is a province where that created the first unit of the anti-gang. Is a province where we have sent extra cars at the extra cost. For instance, all those 200 police that we send here, they are put in the hotels because they come from different areas. So that 30 million is a really drop in the ocean, but we are just enhancing the statement I've made that we are working together at all levels. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary goes to Honorable K. Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, it is very concerning to hear that criminal extortion rackets have been delaying housing projects and targeting spaza shops, and that government interventions have so far not produced the desired results. As it is widely known that most people involved in extortions are affiliated to gangs, we wonder why government does not crush these gangs and make gang membership illegal. The ACDB believes that such steps would drastically reduce the number of gangs that are terrorizing people and affecting their country's economy negatively. What I want to know, Honorable Minister, is what will government do to convince members of the public that if they come forward to report and expose these gangs that are known and that are doing criminal extortion rackets, they will then be given protection by government from these dangerous gangsters. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Meshwe. The Honorable Minister.
Again, Chairperson, I did say the way the government is taking this matter serious together with the South African Police Service and other agencies. We have brought a highly decorated member of the South African Police, Brigadier Mashamba, who is running, as we speak now, 18 of the specialized units dealing with the infrastructure issues in the Republic of South Africa. There are 18 these, all deployed in those identified districts to deal with this matter. I have said that out of those people, there are 42 people who are leading these cartels that have been arrested. And I even said that one of them has been given 15 years. So we're happy to say even the courts are beginning to take the matter serious. I even said one of the notorious one called Keke. If you go to Mamelodi, they'll tell you who Keke is, has been put there almost for 2 years. One of them who comes from the lower south of KZN has been put in 15 life sentences. Is a part of that gangs. Yes, we are not there yet, but we are moving towards direction, and we are working together with all other structures. The protection of witnesses that has been raised time and again. Maybe the Minister of Correctional Service will answer more on that one, because that program falls under justice, does not fall under police. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 334 has been asked by the Honorable M. Molegwa to the Minister of Home Affairs. The Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Since the 1st of April 2023, the Border Management Authority had managed to successfully integrate about 1,864 staff members from the 4 government departments into the authority. The following present the 4 integrated functions and the departments which previously performed those functions. Number 1, port immigration function, which was previously performed by Home Affairs. Number 2, port health function, previously performed by Health. Number 3, environmental biosecurity and CITES, previously performed by Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment. And number 4, agriculture biosecurity, previously performed by the Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development. Additional to the 1,864 integrated staff members, the BMA has recruited over 221 border guards, which have been deployed to 8 of the 10 segments of the country's vulnerable parts of the borderline. At this point, 40 are deployed at Beitbridge to deal with illegal migration movement and movement of illicit goods. 22 were deployed to Griondo in the Kruger National Park to help cross-border poaching. 39 were deployed at Libombo, port of entry, with various forms of to deal with various forms of smuggling. 33 deployed at Ojuk to deal with stock theft. 33 deployed in northern KwaZulu-Natal and Kosi Bay to deal with smuggling of stolen vehicles to Mozambique. 33 were deployed at Maseru Bridge and Fixburg, port of entry, to deal with illegal migration. The last 21 were deployed at KwaZulu-Natal, Lesotho border and Eastern Cape, Lesotho border to deal with stock theft and sometimes the smuggling of the green herb. As for the Northern Cape, Namibia, and northern western West Botswana, northern and western Botswana, the BMA has not assessed to create anyone because those segments are not problematic. Since the deployment of the border guards, we were able to intercept 35,944 people who were coming in the country illegally. Further, border guards were able to detect 139 stolen vehicles, which were intended to cross the border illegally. Further, about 95,000 undesirable persons were stopped from entering South Africa illegally. In July 2022, the border guards arrested about 1,651 people for breaking various border laws. At this point, BMA is busy finalizing administrative recruitment of 400 border guards. The integration of services into BMA has played a significant role in addressing the operational fragmentation at the border environment on air, land, and sea. After the integration of the 4 different functions in the BMA, the authority has managed to relieve the government departments from their work at the port of entry. And as a result, port officials are now employees of BMA wearing one single corporate uniform, performing all the 4 different functions. Since the establishment, the BMA had managed to integrate the various standard operating procedures at the ports of entry. This new development has reduced delays in processing of both goods and people at the port of entry. And as a result, BMA has contributed in the reduction in long-standing queues for both people and trucks at the ports of entry. This is evidenced by the successful management of the T2 key festive periods of December 2022 and Easter of 2023, which had no interruptions. And as you could notice, there were no backlogs. Further, the BMA leadership takes a lot of time engaging with multiple stakeholders, including truck associations and trucking companies and the traffic law enforcement structures in respective province to improve traffic corridor management. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize for the first opportunity, Honorable Molekwa. You look
Thank you.
surprised. Please go ahead, Honorable Molekwa.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the response. Honorable Minister, the successes registered in this short space of time since the establishment of the BMA is highly appreciated and will further strengthen government response to cross-border crimes and illegal migration. Given that the fact that the BMA is still at its infant stage, what is the assessment with regard to the level of the coordination of all stakeholders and entities involved in border management outlining in the Border Management Authority Act?
Thank you, Honorable Molekwa. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I've already said, the fact that there's BMA and coordination means even before doing the work, just talking to various stakeholders, like trucking companies, we discuss with them that it's Good Friday, there's going to be congestion. Don't just send all your trucks there. And there's an arrangement of how many they must go at what particular times. Just that discussion with trucking companies. And I must tell you, they are very cooperative because it helped them. Unlike in the past where there was no BMA, they just rushed there and fight and clog. If you remember 2 years ago, we had to call a moving trucks from the defense force to move them from the road where they were fighting for space. That is past history now. It no longer happens. And that's why even members of the portfolio committee, they no longer go to the borders as they used to. If they go, they will just be going to enjoy themselves, not to do any serious oversight like in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, when you respond, you can speak through the chair. Don't look for portfolio committee members in the house. Thank you. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Trink. Honorable Trink.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, yesterday we debated on the joint oversight report with regards to illegal mining in South Africa, where we found that the report indicated our precious minerals mined illegally, largely by foreign nationals, leaves our shores at a great cost to the social fabric of our communities. Many of the communities in the vicinity of illegal mining have endured a number of criminal activities, rapes, shootings, killings, and such like. Now, Minister, what measures have been implemented to establish stronger coordination and information sharing technologies, information sharing mechanisms among the various border control agencies such as customs, immigration, and law enforcement, which includes the use of advanced technologies such as drones, which our President of the ACDP has recommended, and what success, if any, has been achieved? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Trink. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you. That's exactly what I've just said. The Border Management Authority integrate all those. They meet all the time. They are not just there to physically do the work at the borders. They had meetings with SARS because we have got a memorandum of understanding with them. We have got a memorandum of understanding with police. We've got a memorandum of understanding with the army. The issue of drones, I hope you are not saying the president of your organization is the one who came with the concept of drones. I hope you are not saying so. Yes, it's part of the agenda of what must happen at the borders, obviously. Last month, I announced during the budget speech that Treasury has given us a go-ahead for the massive infrastructural injection at the 6 PCS ports of entry to also help to facilitate the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Now, one of the issues that is going to happen is technology. We can't work using border guards only because we only have few. It's the technology of drones, but I was just emphasizing the idea didn't come with the president of the ZDP. It has been in the pipeline all the time. And when we go out with requests for proposals, we'll be asking companies to provide that technology as part of this rebuilding of the borders. And we are hoping before the end of July, we'll have come out publicly with that request for proposals because we are working on it. As I'm speaking, we are meeting DBSA, which is the body that is helping us. I think the meeting was yesterday or today, to meet with them to arrange how we go out into the public to issue requests for proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third opportunity goes to Honorable F.J. Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Could the Honorable Minister tell the House specifically in which way do the lack in technology and financial resources restrict the effective functioning of the newly established Border Management Authority? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. The Honorable Minister. You did not hear. Kindly repeat, Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'll do so. My question to the Honorable Minister, in which way specifically do the lack in technology and financial resources restrict the effective functioning of the newly established Border Management Authority? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder.
No,
Honorable Minister.
No, in a big way. In a big way. Remember the 200 border guards, even the 400 that we are recruiting, is a droplet in the ocean. We need many more than that. But remember, at the moment, because of that, we are not deploying any border guards at the sea or at the airports. We just integrated BMA there. And I've already told you that at the two segments, the segment between South Africa and Namibia, and the segment between Botswana and South Africa. These are the biggest segments. There's not a single border guard. We did so because we have got fewer problems there, but we should be, and we realize that especially at Bait Bridge, now that people know it's not easy to enter there illegally, they are going through Botswana. The segment between us, Botswana, is 1,500 kilometers out of the 4,772 kilometers of the land borderline. So if 1,500 is not guarded, that's a problem. Namibia is the second biggest at 950 kilometers. We have got nothing there, but we are comfortable because we don't have lots of problems there. And it's because of financial resources. The issue of technology is very obvious all over the world. Modern technologies like drones and all that and cameras help in instances of smuggling and people stealing, especially livestock. The issue of livestock between us and Lesotho is a very serious matter. And we believe drones are going to help us detect such movements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Honorable L.R. van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Minister, you've put a lot of emphasis now on drone technology, but the fact of the matter is that the BMA will not have the billions required to make it fully operational. And they also reported to our portfolio committee that they won't have the billions to purchase this drone technology. But your biggest problem at our borders is the fact that corruption is endemic, and the BMA is not going to fix that. And so currently we know that officials are taking bribes to illegally allow people to enter our borders. And when you engage with some of those individuals, they will tell you it costs 3,000 or 4,000 rand to enter the border illegally, even without passports. So what is your department doing specifically to clamp down on corruption at our borders? And maybe you can also tell us, what are you planning to do? You've just spoken about investment in infrastructure, but clearly you are setting up the BMA for failure if there's no physical infrastructure of our borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable van der Merwe.
But I never said
I have not recognized you yet. The Honorable Minister.
No, but I never said there's going to be no infrastructure. The problem we're having, which we can't run away from, as you remember the issues with fences, etc., is that our host at the land borders was the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And we never got success in that regard. It's different from the airports, where our host is AXA. We have never gone to the airport, found any infrastructural problem in any port in the country, or dirty toilets, or the airport having no water, because they've got a very good host. If you go to the seaports, the host was Transnet Port Authority. Also, there were no problems. Now that this PMA, in terms of the act, the infrastructure is no longer going to be done by the Department of Public Works or Infrastructure. It's going to be done by BMA itself. Even this process of request for proposals, which I've spoken about, is going to be done by that. We are bringing the private sector because we don't have enough money. And remember, this matter was discussed for more than 8 years. And many of the companies that are using our borders, especially the trucking companies, are saying even if the private sector builds there and charge them 1,000 rand for every truck that passes through, they will pay it very gladly because they said it's better than waiting there for 72 hours when you are doing business. So they are prepared to pay. All that is left is to bring them in and say, please bring technology, bring drones and all that. For instance, one of the simplest technologies which embarrassed me for not having is a drive-through X-ray. In many modern destinations, we don't have to search trucks. It must drive through an X-ray machine, you can see everything. In fact, while we're still talking about that, we realized that we are even behind because X-ray machine is now obsolete. They are using gamma rays. Gamma rays can see even alcohol, can see cash, even paper money, can see everything.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 338 has been asked by Honorable Ann Peacock to the Minister of Police. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The South African Police Service, SAPS, is a key partner in the child protection and advocacy of children's rights and is a member of the National Child Care and Protection Forum, which is led by the National Department of Social Development. Through collaborative partnership involving the SAPS, the Department of Social Development, other key government departments, as well as civil society, awareness campaigns are conducted in communities to teach children about how to build resilience to crime and violence and from becoming victims of offenders of crime and working with agencies. Topics include, amongst others, substance abuse, bullying, teenage pregnancy, abuse, and exploitation. During the awareness raising programs, children are taught how to report crime and violence using the SAPS crime reporting conduct numbers. Parents are also sensitized not to expose children to harmful acts as behavior in line with the provision of the Children Act 2005, Act number 38 of 2005. The SAPS plays an important role in supporting school in achieving the maintaining safety in the learning environment. SAPS has entered into partnership with the Department of Basic Education with the main aim of promoting safer schools and preventing the involvement of young people in crime and to render a school-based crime prevention service that is preventative, proactive, and characterized by development and implementation of intervention that would deter potential offenders and empower potential victims and past victims. Furthermore, the SAPS developed a school safety program through which crime prevention and awareness campaigns are conducted in schools by dedicated station school safety officers. Schools are visited and learners are engaged on various topics such as bullying, substance abuse, carrying of dangerous weapons to schools, sexual offenses, gangsterism, etc. Most of the topics and intervention are customized according to the challenges encountered by individual schools in particular communities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize for the first opportunity, Honorable Peacock.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you for the comprehensive response by the Minister. There are high levels of violence taking place in schools. Has an impact assessment been done on the effectiveness of the school safety program? If so, what were the findings and how can things be improved? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peacock. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, police are not working alone on this. They work with sister departments, and indeed, they are leading sister departments. Basic education will be, we're not going to take over from them. Social development does. Indeed, there are research that have been made, and the police respond according to those from particular and different areas. Maybe the approach that has been raised on this answer to say that they are customized and localized, they come from that understanding of those research that have been made, and they will respond accordingly. But the other one, Chairperson, that would be work closely with will be the local government, especially working around environmental design around the schools. You will find that there is a high vegetation, there is darkness, there are no streets, there is no keeping of cleanliness around the parks, which encourages criminality. So we do work with those and all departments to try to achieve the safety of our kids at different schools. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Machesi.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, international studies have repeatedly shown the benefits of early childhood intervention to break the cycle of crime and violence. While the interventions you listed are welcome, I fear that the question was not adequately answered. While children are taught how to report crime and violence, does this include assurance that they know that their mothers will not get in trouble when they report domestic violence or rape? And furthermore, does this include basic skills to understand the criminal justice system, especially related to gender-based violence and femicide?
Thank you, Honorable Machesi. The Honorable Minister.
I know I must wait before until you call me.
Go ahead, Minister.
Chairperson, the honorable member is correct. In February last year, the government of the Republic of South Africa passed the document called Integrated Prevention of Serious Crimes. That document puts the fighting of crime across the government rather than the police and the agencies. There are 6 pillars. One of the pillars there is an early intervention. And that early intervention will be done by all other departments led by basic education, social development, and others. It's very true that the earlier the intervention is made, the outcomes will be better. And indeed, Chairperson, we are not going to fight crime. When you go to Hanover Park here in Cape Flats to have a meeting at 11 on a Tuesday, and you find that there are more school kids in the meeting than the parents. And those kids are a pool of recruitment for gangsters and all that. So it's important that not just teachers, not just police, but parents, they must also look at it, that kids are at school. That is a part of intervention and the part of things that we say when we have outreach programs with the communities. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third opportunity goes to Honorable A.M. Khoza.
Sibonge sihlalo, it's AV Abednego Vusumuzi Khoza.
So
I
this,
apologize, that's how they wrote here.
thank you. They must,
Ungabethi mna.
they must correct it.
Go ahead.
Minister, our children know about crime, have been exposed and socialized into crime by the failure of the state to provide a secure environment in which they can grow. Now, this failure of providing a safe environment for them to grow in, even after cases of rape have been reported, is a problem. Now, the question is, what intervention have you made working with the Minister of Justice to ensure that once children have reported cases, or women for that matter, when the perpetrators are given bail, they are forbidden from going back to home to stay with the same victims? Because I believe that if we were to intervene at that level and make sure that the perpetrators do not go back to the same space with the children and the women they abuse, that will increase the number of cases that end up being withdrawn because of the secondary victimization. The perpetrator is here. You must go and stand and testify against this perpetrator in court.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. Your question has been received. The Honorable Minister.
The area that you are entering, firstly, is justice, as you say, but the main portion of it is a social development. That when people, they get this bail, indeed, we must be able to follow that. But the not victims, the survivors, including the kids, must be taken care of by the Department of Social Development by removing them. Because sometimes these perpetrators, most of them are known to these children they're talking about. Their uncles, their fathers. In one of the townships here in Western Cape, we arrested a 46-year-old father who has raped his own child, that is 6 years for 4 years, which means it started at 2 years. So once the police arrest that, the child herself must be removed from that environment. And indeed, that's the first point I raised, that we are part of that overall prevention and overall working together with the social development. And we do sit in that boat as the police to be able to exchange the information that we do have survivors and victims that need the social development to be taken off rather than the police.
The Honorable Minister, the last opportunity goes to Honorable Zandile Majozi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, as you have said, with regards to the challenge of load shedding, on what you are speaking of, that many kids would be raped by their families, uncles, or so forth, electricity will go off for more than a day or for more than 4 hours, of which then they are subjected to that. On the 14th of April, 2023, new directives in terms of the Domestic Violence Act of 2021 commenced. One of the amendments provides more authority to adults to suspect a child is exposed to violence and criminalizes the failure to report domestic violence in South Africa. Considering this, I would like to know, in your department, there has been any significant shift in the prosecution of reported cases relating to domestic violence in households where children are present. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Majozi. The Honorable Minister.
Well, Chairperson, indeed, the load shedding has really contributed in crime general, not necessarily on the domestic violence. But Honorable Majozi, the last figures of 10,000 women and children abused in South Africa in 3 months, 64% of them are abusing their own houses by the people that are supposed to be protecting them. The question is, what do we do with that? I must admit, I can't quantify how much and how many have responded on that one. But it is a huge problem, the withdrawal of cases, when the victims are under pressure from the very same families. When the families say, "Usithela ngehlazo la ekhaya, asikwazi ukuhlala nomalume humble withdrawal case and all. I agree with you. We need maybe to have a column to register those, because those parents, those relatives need to be arrested when they put pressure on the victims to go. Yes, they are, but quantifying, what maybe one will have to find that and send that to you exactly how many, according to that new pass law, the quantification of those numbers. But indeed, maybe goes also to what was raised by Honorable Koza when it comes to the state. But the family on this matter is one big phenomenon that will have to bring families on board to deal with the matter, with the scourge of abuse and rape. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 315 has been asked by the Honorable D. Caller to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. Don't know what happened to the banner. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our previous statements on the issues of the ship Lady R stand. We reiterate that which was ordered by the Department of Defense was received in December 2022. We also want to point out that defense intelligence is an integral part of defense, and if defense was expecting a consignment, which they had ordered during 2018, which was then delayed because of the COVID and the non-trafficking, whether airwise or in the seas, of any transport form, that one could not then deliberately, the Honorable Kwala Bernard, singled out defense intelligence as having been instructed or not instructed, or authorizing or not authorizing. Fact of the matter is that the defense was expecting a consignment, which consignment was then delivered. I want to say that the President has also announced and has established the judicial inquiry into this matter. And I'm hoping that all of us, those who have been invited to be ready to go and participate there, including the defense intelligence and any other South African, we will do so, and therefore we might even get some closure at that point. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Caller.
Thank you very much. Minister, yeah, defense intelligence, which of course costs taxpayers a small fortune. You don't seem to be certain whether or not they knew that there was a Russian ship docking in Simonstown to unload or offload whatever it was, container loads of something, despite you initially saying there was F-all, you're now saying there was a consignment. So I'm not sure which of your stories I'm supposed to believe, because it was then on its way back to Russia. Are you claiming then they loaded nothing on board? Because docking at that port, and it was a port without container cranes, which had to be trucked in, loading in the dark of night, guarded by non-uniformed personnel with military standard automatic weapons, all seen by civilians. The world is asking whether or not we are supplying or acting as a conduit, as an arms conduit for Russia to extend its invasion of Ukraine. Defense intelligence are paid to know this sort of information. And if they didn't know, one has to ask why we're paying them. And if they did and they told you, what did you do about it? You seemed initially to think there was nothing in this story at all. Now you've changed what you're telling us. So tell us, did you know what was on that ship, and did you know it was being unloaded to go to Russia?
Thank you, Honorable Caller. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm not changing any story. We have said that the defense ordered equipment. We have said that that equipment arrived. I am reiterating the fact that defense intelligence is an integral part of the defense. And of course, defense intelligence would know exactly what defense had ordered, because that consignment would have been paid for, Honorable Kola Barnett, through the strategic defense account, which is under the watch of the defense intelligence. Now, it is interesting that the Honorable Kolabalan brings by the back door a discussion that says South Africa violated. We can assure you and the rest of South Africa that the members of the Defence Force, all of them, did not load anything. They offloaded a consignment that had been ordered in 2018, which, by the way, was expected, which had gone through all the right channels to be where it was. Now, for the honorable member to suggest that I am changing a story is something which I think is absolutely not right. And I'm going to invite the Honorable Kolabanat to avail herself to maybe go and present to that inquiry where I am falsifying or where any of us in the family of defense is putting anything or changing any story. It is quite clear. Defense did not load. Defense awaited and collected what it had awaited and had actually paid a deposit on. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable TL Likhwase.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, Congress of the United States, Washington, D.C. letter is suggesting that South Africa must not be the host of the AGOA summit. The allegations contained in the letter is that government is supplying Russia with arms. They also question the military exercises conducted with Russia and China. Minister, as you have already indicated that nothing was loaded into the Lady R, what steps will you take to demystify the US narrative to dictate terms on our government in general and the military in particular? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Likhwase. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Propaganda is propaganda, whether it is internal in any country or it is across the world. We stand by our statement. We did not load anything distant for any other. We want to say that the catch and the disciplining whip that is used against South Africa, of course, is a goer. But we are also saying that we have taken steps not only to continue with our relationship between the defense and the Secretariat of Defense with the United States of America, but to continue with our relationships across the world with all the partners that we have. We reiterate that we did not break any sanctions. We do not have to break any sanctions, but we are also very happy that the inquiry might actually help us determine whether or not any company in South Africa has gone against the provisions of the NCACC. Honorable Kolabanat has been long in Parliament. You will remember also that there is included in that act very strict guidance about the end user certificates. So we will be interested too as South Africans to know whether any person using our systems has done anything wrong. But we can assure you that as government and as the Department of Defense, we have not done anything wrong.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third opportunity goes to Honorable WTI Mafanya.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, the docking of Lady R at Simonstown comes as no surprise to most South Africans. The naval ships from Russia, United States, China, or any other country do come to South Africa for joint military exercises, and we appreciate them as we are able to weigh our capabilities against that background. Although the civil unrest in KZN, Gauteng, and some parts of the country expose a significant intelligence failure to anticipate, prevent, or disrupt the violence. Is the defense intelligence effectively functional, or does it suffer the same fate of financial constraints like the rest of entities of the South African National Defense Force? If not, why is the state unable to determine right here and now that arms were loaded in the ship? Why does it need a commission to determine what your department should be able to provide answers to? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mafanya. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I would agree with Honorable Mafanya. We do not need the Judicial Commission of Inquiry to tell us what we know or what we don't know. But it is important when a matter like this is raised to take everybody on board and to be able to have people who are outside the system who can listen, who can investigate, and who can come out without fear or favor on any of us and tell things as they are. Now, defense intelligence is, as it is structured right now, is poised to not collect internally. It is not their job to collect internally. That job they are doing, that job they should be able to alert us of what is happening outside our borders and how it affects this country. We must also say that it is important for us when we want to curry favor as different parties and as, in fact, we have other people, to also not forget that soldiers will not sometimes be party to the political relationships that we do party to party, government to government. They do soldiery. They do their relationships. They need to interact with one another. And we will not stand in the way of the South African National Defence Force to interact with the West or the communist or the former communist whenever it suits us and is in the best interest of South Africa. We want to reiterate that no amount of name-calling accusations will make us lie to the public and say we did something we did not do. We did not do anything wrong, South Africa. We ordered, we got the consignment. We are paying for that consignment, have paid some. We will continue to look out for what is in the best interest of our country, irrespective of whatever. Now, we will also continue to service the relationships we have with all the other partners, whether they are at war with one another or not. We are on record across the world. Anytime we wake up, we will say it. We will preach dialogue, we will preach mediation, we will preach negotiations to make sure that there is a peaceful resolution of this matter on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Inkosi Cebekulu. Inkosi.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe one would have to ask the minister, since the biggest challenge that our country is facing with regards to relations with other countries, and the fact that our country has that it won't sell or buy whatever equipment from countries where there are embargoes. What is the position of the ministry as far as that is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, Gostabe Kulu, the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Defense is but a department in the government of South Africa. We follow the line that South Africa is following. We will not go against, we will not buy, we will not do anything that puts not only South Africa's integrity and its economy at risk. We will do what we need to do to make sure that our people feel safe and they thrive. So we've not done anything wrong. We must say that we were very clear when in the 90s we came up with the NCACC, that we will not allow ourselves, whether we like you too much or we hate you too much, we will not allow ourselves to be willingly contributing to any conflict if we can. We will always try to be those who mediate and who try and stop conflict and who preach for reconciliation and for people to thrive. So we want to reiterate that, Chairperson. We want to say that just so that maybe the House is rest assured, we have been aware that the President has sent envoys to America We are also very happy that soon, if they do so wish, that they will participate in the judiciary, whether they are observing or whatever, that is up to them. But we are very clear that we will not do anything that would risk any life in South Africa. Not for politics, not for gain. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question 358 has been asked by the Honorable A.V. Khoza, the Honorable Minister of Police.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The answer on A is that the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, TPCI, which happens to be Hawks, attended to 628 cash in transit scenes in the past 2 financial years. 628. Answer B would be in determining the cartridges that come from the guns that would have been owned by the state, that would be your R5s, your R1s, your R4s. It will be difficult to determine because some of those, though they are marked, they are wrapped off and filed off by the criminals. But also criminals, they are able to buy from outside market. So to determine that these were taken from the police or taken from the defense will be determined when we pick up the empty cartridges from the scene. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first opportunity goes to Honorable A.V. Khoza.
Sibonge Sihlalo. Ngifuna ukubuza nje laphayana again kungqongqoshe ukuthi in the cases that is mentioned above, are there any members of both the South African Police and the SANDF that were arrested for cash in transit in the said period of time, arrested and put behind bars? If so, are you able to indicate how many were involved and whether these members, whether they're out on bail or whatever, are still serving members of the two forces? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, it's true, especially from the members of the South African Police Service. We have quite a sizable number of our members that are arrested for the cash in transit. What is even worse and bad is that even the members of the specialized forces like your TROT and the very famous Paul Barrett, I know for sure that at least there are 3 of those members around the country that have been arrested for that. 3, yeah, of the TROT that have been arrested for. But there are others from the different units, your visible policing and all. Exactly the number, Chair, I would not give on that at the present moment. Yes, on the members of the SANDF, yes, they are also arrested for crimes like those, though there will be much lesser. There will be much lesser than the members of the South African police. But Chair, I can further say, those would not be only 2 agencies. You will find that even at other level, other segments, there will be people that at the later stage, it will be discovered that they were part of that. People like your people from the prosecution that would have been arrested for being the part of this kind of syndicate going forward. We do take the pain out of the understanding that our structures have been penetrated. That's what Judge Tulare is saying here in Western Cape, to say police, especially on the anti-gang unit, have been penetrated by the criminals. But he further say, not only them, he says judiciary, prosecution, magistracy, also they've been penetrated by the gangsters. So that's how serious matters are. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Marikwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, there has been a spike in the cash-in transit heist over time. Trends have shown that heists increase over the festive season, where you will know that others call it time to steal. What measures does the department have in place to avert same for the upcoming festive season? And what is it that the department is going to do to send out a strong message that criminality will not be tolerated in this country, South Africa? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Marikwa. Honorable Minister.
Indeed, Chairperson. Chairperson, dealing with highlights of this understanding to say one element that has been weak when it comes to the South African police, I'll talk about them, not across the nation, has been the crime intelligence. I will end there on that one, but we're strengthening that element. We believe that as we're putting every dark on the row on that one, life will be better and life will be difficult for criminals. If you check, maybe our media and ourselves are not very much aggressive in giving that information. For last 2 months, there have been serious operations where the criminals are found on their base before they go out to run their operations. The most famous one of late is Sebokeng, where there was a shootout and 9 criminals were shot and killed. We found at 4:05 in the morning, they went for prayer. Exactly 4:05, they prayed. They knelt and prayed at 4:05. We were monitoring them as they were praying at 4:05. At 5:05, their cars, there was ML, there was Q7, there was all other cars. I'm in Parliament. They were really online. So there was an exchange of fire. Fortunately, 1 survived, 9 were put down, and we did not have any injury. So that has increased of late, where the police, they found them on the base. Last week in Soweto, we find them in one of their safe house. We arrested 7 and 1 was put down. So that tells you that the crime intelligence is beginning to work and the police are beginning to be sharper. We believe that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I can see your passion. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, thank you,
We
Honorable
believe
Minister.
that will reduce this kind of thing.
The time is expiring. Ibamba apho ndosi, ibamba apho. Then the next opportunity goes to Honorable Terblanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you touched on certain parts of this already, but Minister, it is clear that crime has infected the entire state to the extent that those who are supposed to protect the public are now complicit in selling government firearms and ammunition to criminals themselves. Minister, in how many of these cases have the police managed to track down these perpetrators and link them to their specific army bases or police stations? And how many arrests were made? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Terblanche. The Honorable Minister.
Well, Chairperson, indeed, as I've warned before, I'll warn again, that out of many South African police service members, there are many that are doing the good work. So I'll always fall short and not very happy when all police are painted with a black brush to say they're corrupt. There are very many good blue men and women in blue. So the question is, there are those that are bad, really bad. One of them is Colonel Prinsloo. Colonel Prinsloo here in Cape Town, who sold 2,000 illegal firearms to gangsters. But you remember that he was arrested. It's unfortunate now he has got parole now and is out. But also in Gauteng, in one, I think one police station, we lost almost 130 of firearms. Unfortunately, the young man who was selling it, the member of the South African, he hanged himself before we could arrest him. But also in Kempton Park, we have arrested up to the brigadier that were investigated by Colonel Kanye, as was doing that. Quite several of them, they've been arrested, and the selling of those firearms have been stopped. And it's unfortunate that you can't find all of them, and they go out there in the market and they cause havoc, especially on the Cape Flats. Those were sold by Colonel Prinsloo are still there in the market. But we are trying to work. We're also working on the technology of trying, maybe one can't talk about the technology at the present moment, to try and prevent rather than chasing those guns. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Honorable Zandile Majozi.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. Honorable Minister, it would seem that lawlessness and criminality in this country have become so curious and brazen that police stations have become the playground for criminals, putting to question the ability of South African Police Service to effectively perform its duties. Recently, there was an armed robbery of a police station in Somerset East in the Eastern Cape. In Benoni, a stolen Toyota Hilux bike was found parked inside the police station yard. And in Boksburg, South African Police Branch, cable thieves targeted their offices and stripped the building of all networks. My question to you, therefore, Minister, what responses, if at all, has your department given to the particular kind of criminality, given that many crimes are committed using tools stolen from police stations and offices? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Majozi. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, that's true. It is on that score that in the budget, when Honorable Majozi has followed the budget, we have budgeted 65 million for the safety of our police stations, especially to put the technology to enable our police to see the danger before it happens, especially what happened at Engobo, where our members were killed. So we are those most vulnerable identified police stations, giving them the money, as I've said, that 65 million has been put to improve the security of the station themselves. But generally, this question was asked by Honorable Reverend Moshe of the technology. We are increasing technology, including drones. We, as South African Police Service, we have trained 13 pilots for drones. They've passed from Gauteng. We've trained 2 here in Western Cape. We're training quite many of them that will be driving our drones. And we are purchasing drones, and we're purchasing short stoppers. We are going big on technology as a South African Police Service. And that technology, big part of it, will help us on prevention of the crime happening, including the safety of our members. But they are also trained on the streets, on the street wisdom, the police to be able to be streetwise, to predict the problem before it happens in both stations and as they walk around with the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 342 has been asked by Honorable Ngola to the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. The Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, House Chair. Gender-based violence and femicide remains a political priority and a national concern that continues to erode peace and security in domestic relationships, communities, and society at large. The core drivers of gender-based violence and femicide may be traced from the known social ills and gendered power inequalities, but the criminal justice system remains fundamental in prevention and deterrence. It is therefore the commitment of the department to create a court system that curbs secondary victimization and attrition in cases of gender-based violence and femicide. Since the passing of the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act of 2021, the department has made significant inroads towards the implementation. Among the salient changes introduced by this act is the extension of intermediary services from criminal to civil and family law proceedings, and the legal recognition of ad hoc intermediaries. In 2022, 2 new determinations of persons and categories of class of persons who are competent to be appointed as intermediaries were expanded to include the appointment of early childhood development practitioners and community trauma counselors and others. This act further permits witnesses to testify through audiovisual link, which the department intends to facilitate through the introduction of the court audiovisual solution. The development of this solution is in progress, and its finalization is one of the priority interventions on the department's annual performance plan. It is our constitutional imperative to provide equal access to courts in a non-discriminatory services to all court users, particularly the users with disabilities. In 2022, the department aligned with the Amendment Act and the minimum standards of the reasonable accommodations to access to justice for courts to users with disabilities. Since the commencement of this act in August 2022, gesture and sign language testimony is now legally recognized as viva voce evidence in court proceedings. The minimum standards therefore set out reasonable accommodations for language access, mobility access, visuals, and audio access. 145 lower courts have been upgraded in line with these standards, and in this financial year, the department intends to upgrade additional 65 courts into disability-centric courts. The programmatic interventions for the implementation of this act are ongoing. With regards to the implementation of the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, which commenced on the 14th day of April 2023, except for Section 66A, which requires the establishment of the Integrated Electronic Repository for Domestic Violence Protection Orders. On the 24th of January 2023, I submitted to this Parliament the Domestic Violence Regulations of 2022, directives for clerks of courts and the territories for electronic communication service providers. This has been done in line with the Act. And also the department has developed an online portal for the applications of domestic violence protection orders. In the next 2 months, survivors, functionaries, and the third-party applications will access these services remotely, even outside court hours and court days. This in line with the ethos of the Presidential Summit and Declaration Against Gender-Based Violence, which called for the criminal justice system that is victim-centric and responsive to gender-based violence. With the recent development introduced by the Criminal Law Sexual Offences Amendment Act of 2021, the particulars of all convicted sex offenders are now entered into the National Register for Sex Offenders. In broadening access to the NRSO services, the department has decentralized certain services to provinces. In 2022, the electronic register and the integrated case management system for criminal matters were enhanced to include the expanded scope of the NRSO. The SMS notification was also introduced to keep the applicants abreast of the developments in their applications. In this financial year, the department will introduce the online NRSO solution to ensure the remote access to these services across the country. I must also add that in 2022, I submitted to this Parliament the amendment regulations for the NRSO, which are now in operation. With regards to skills development for the functionaries dealing with cases of GBV, is also imperative. The Justice College and the South African Judicial Education Institute have aligned their training products with the 3 GBV Amendment Acts and delivered training courses to the relevant court personnel. This training is ongoing, and so is the rest of the programmatic interventions. The aim is to realize a justice system that is more accessible maneuverable, caring, effective for all, and victim-friendly. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I've been informed that Honorable Nivo Druchen will take charge of the question. The Honorable Druchen.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the National Register for Sex Offenders is the cornerstone of the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act. Many people open creches and daycare centers in townships and rural areas and hire people without having engaged with the NRSO to do the vetting. What is the department doing to raise awareness about the NRSO so that vetting is to raise awareness about the NRSO, especially to people who may be living in townships and rural areas where the mainstream media information might be limited? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Druchen. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, House Chair. The Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Amendment Act 2007 places an obligation on the license authorities not to grant a license or approve the management or operation of any entity in relation to the supervision over or care of child or any vulnerable person without having determined by way of application to the registrar whether or not the particulars of the applicant are in the National Register for Sex Offenders. Over the years, the department has an established partnership with the Department of Basic Education and other relevant government and civil society stakeholders to ensure compliance with this act. Yearly, the department conducts the public education and communication interventions through multilingual media platforms and using different products which are language, age, and disability accessible. Among the prominent programs is the Let's Talk Justice radio talk show, which is aired over 70 community and commercial radio stations in partnership with government communication and information systems and the other media houses. The talk show is multilingual, live, growing in listenership. Every year, it covers, amongst others, the NRSO, educational topics, and legal ramifications attached to it. In addition, every year, the department also holds national exhibitions and service fairs in townships and rural communities on the NRSO and the GBVF. Each provincial office of the department holds community imbizos and schools campaigns to educate the different age groups on the NRSO. In the previous financial year, over 100 townships and rural schools were reached. In addition, over 30 webinars were held on topics that included the NRSO. This work is ongoing and is continuing to make a meaningful impact in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Glenis Breitenbach. Is that a point of order?
Yeah, I'd like to rise on a point of privilege, if I may. The point of a question session is not for ANC members to send their questions to the minister so they can have prepared answers.
No, please take a seat. Please take a seat.
Without having
Please take a seat.
Please.
Don't rise on frivolous points, please. Not going to tolerate that. Honorable Glenis Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, GBV is real. 51% of women in South Africa say they have experienced GBV, while 76% of men in South Africa say they have perpetrated GBV at some stage in their lives. It's conservatively estimated that 1 in 5 women experience violence at the hands of a partner. Femicide is 5 times higher in South Africa than the global average. And South Africa has the 4th highest female interpersonal violence rate out of 183 countries listed by the World Health Organization. Since the passing of the GBV legislation, rape statistics have risen. The backlog of cases has increased and court hours have diminished markedly. What concrete steps have you taken to ensure that GB matters are dealt with and dealt with urgently? Thank you.
The Honorable Breitenbach. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Indeed, the issues that have been raised and the concerns are valid. honorable members will remember that when these bills were passed, it was during the period of hard lockdown, and it was this house that worked very hard for us to go through all these bills. And immediately after the hard lockdown, a measure and a strategy has been put in place by the department to be able to deal with the court backlog, which was reported to the portfolio committee, including the challenges that comes with the load shedding, which also affect the court backlogs. And we have also reported to this house and the portfolio committee on the measures that we are taking to ensure that courts continue to operate even during that period. And as a result, we have been able to cover and buy a number of solar panels and also generators for our courts to enable us to reduce the backlog, and also to ensure that the processes of the sexual offences courts functions. Honorable members will know that we further published regulations that further expand the number of sexual offences courts that we have. And in this regard, we also continue to work through the Tutuzela care centers to ensure, as you will have seen from the report of the NPA, about 74% conviction rate on the sexual offenses and some of the GBV and femicide cases. This is work in progress, but indeed there are still challenges that this country must face, including the social ills and the challenges of dysfunctional families that we need to respond to deal with the prevention of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third opportunity goes to Honorable Nomampondo Miseyako.
Thank Honorable Chair.
Are you taking for Honorable Yako?
Yes, of course.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, in light of the rising number of gender-based violent cases and sexual crimes, what interventions has the minister made to intercept the gap between police taking actions and the magistrate having adequate evidence presented to actively persecute and perpetrators of those crimes?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As you will know, this House debated 3 gender-based violence bills and passed them. The Domestic Violence Amendment Act, the Criminal Law Sexual Amendment Act, and all those. Those are all the bills that the department has taken steps to ensure that we close the gap with relations to issues of investigations in the police, the reporting of the matter, but also to enhance our sexual offences courts that must enable the speedy and also the prosecution of the matters as and when they arrive in the court processes. The Tutuzela care centers, which will continue to expand across the country, have proven to be a successful mode of dealing with some of these sexual offences courts. And almost yearly, the department adds about 4 Tutuzela care centers that continues to help with the conviction rate that enables the justice system to find and ensure that beyond reasonable doubt, the cases that are reported in police stations indeed are proven in line with the Criminal Procedure Act. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Honorable F.J. Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The question to the Minister of Justice, can the Honorable Minister inform the House why there was no smooth flow of information between various law enforcement agencies in the process of investigation, given the cost of time and money of the fusion center? Thank you, Chair.
Did you hear that, Minister? Bring thy mic close na jou toe asseblief. Bring thy mic close, maar dit nie soon nie, but bring that close.
Yeah, I missed.
Herhaal asseblief. Honorable Mulder, do it again.
I'll do it again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, thank you. The question to the Minister, Honorable Minister, if the Honorable Minister can inform the House why there was no smooth flow of information between various law enforcement agencies in the process of investigation, given the cost of time and money in the fusion center. Thank you, Chair.
En dankie, dat is baie beter, agbare Mulder. The Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
Asusungincede ke xa ningayivi ke kodwa ke ithethiwe. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honorable House Chair, I think this question is not related to this matter. It's related to the question asked by Honorable Horn, because he's asking why there has not been a flow of information and evidence with regards to the fusion center. So the fusion center deals with the COVID-19 relation.
Yeah, you don't have to go further and answer it. All you have to indicate that it's not relevant.
No, it's
Maybe
because
he must get his files
I did not hear the
properly.
question. So I'm demonstrating that I heard this question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mulder, I give you the last opportunity, the last geleentheid. The last geleentheid.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. No, Chair, my question to the Minister would be if the Honourable Minister is satisfied that the progress made since the criminal-related matters amendment bill was founded, if it really then serves the purpose of the act. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable House Chairperson, I do think, as I have outlined earlier, that there is progress that is being made. And I think with the lived experience that we are learning with the introduction of technology and the intermediaries, the system can always improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 307 has been asked by Honorable Zandile Majosi to the Minister of Police. The Honorable Minister.
Oh, my choice, no cause. Huh?
All witnesses are informed of the witness protection program, which is available for their safety and managed by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. The placement of such witnesses is done in consultation with such witnesses, and such placement is voluntary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Honorable Minister asked that I must speak on his behalf. But Honorable Minister, I would like to bring to your attention to the second part of my question, which focuses more on the flaws which witnesses highlight in your department systems, such as corruption and delays in justice. In 2018, when you assumed office, you launched the anti-corruption strategy. What progress has this program brought? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. The Honorable Minister.
It's a completely new question. Completely new question. But I'll take it. I'll take it. But it's a new question. Chairperson, indeed, I think police service is one of the highly regularized body and highly monitored body. Both internally and externally. We have what is called as an anti-corruption unit, ACU, that is run from within. But you will also have other bodies like IPD that oversees the police when they do corruption, but also when they treat the members of the society and community members, they have the recourse through this. Chairperson, I always feel pain when police arrest police. When police arrest police, I feel pain. It's painful but correct. In KZN, there is a unit that deals with the political violence. Out of that unit, 47 members of the South African police have been arrested, who are part of political violence themselves,
who are part of Izinkabi themselves and all that. 47, that is KZN. So then it would be wrong for the society and the members of the South to say police are doing nothing about corruption from within. And those members are arrested by the police themselves, by others. As I've said, that is painful, but correct to happen. So we do have these measures to deal with our own when they do things from within, besides the external bodies that are overseeing and responding to us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Siabi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks very much, Chair. Honorable Minister, the society out there, and I remember even at the portfolio committee level, we've always been worried about violence and criminality directed at police.
Honorable Siabe, you are muted. Honorable Siabi, are you there?
Yes, Chair. Somebody muted me.
The minister did not get your whole question. Please conclude it.
Okay, my question is, are there measures put in place by your department to make sure that police officials at police stations are protected against acts of criminality which could potentially cost them their lives? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siabe. Honorable Minister, did you get that? If you did, please go ahead.
I did, but the question has got the element of the new question again, because it's asking about the safety of the police at the station. It has been asked by Honorable Machozi, the same question. Now, the question of safety of the police, we are taking it quite serious. Though of late, I'm sure the members have been really reading, the police have been under serious attack for whatever reason, a serious under attack. Here in Western Cape, or in the South, 24, when 4 police in the country are killed in 24 hours, that is serious. That is serious thing. So we're taking the matter up. Maybe it's a request that even the labor unions have called, but many other NGOs and the society at large, they've been making this call that killing the member of the South African police or any agency should be treasonous. You should be tried for a treason for you to go and kill the police, especially those police that die on the line of duty, as the one that have been killed a few days ago in Mamelodi, when they attacked that base of that group of robbers in Mamelodi, and they shot and killed the member of the Hawks who died on the spot. Unfortunately, or fortunately, 3 of those guys were put down themselves and 1 was arrested. Maybe the time has arrived that killing the member of the South African police, especially on the line of duty, should be really taken more serious than an ordinary member in the country. That will help us. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Die derde geleentheid gaan Honorable Terblans.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you have not been very clear on this yet. But Minister, this and other similar incidents of such a serious nature that everything that you have said must be reviewed as a matter of urgency, because it's clearly not working at the moment. Witnesses in criminal cases currently fear for their lives. So when will effective measures be introduced? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable De Blanche. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, it has been explained time and again that the protection of witnesses does not fall in the purview of the South African Police Service. It falls under justice. Yes, we work with them because there will be a highly profiled people that are in the system, are protected, that do need to be protected by the police. But also the bigger onus falls within the with the members themselves of the community that are protected. You do find it difficult sometimes that they have to lose much by going to the protection, to the system of protection as the witnesses. Their houses, some of them, they'll come back and say, nobody's taking care of my house, nobody's taking care of my furniture and all that. That will be that. Some will be people that are in the system of the police. They'll get paid and they get out. When they get money, they get out of the protection. We've got 2 cases that unfortunately never go back to base when they've got money and go to enjoy themselves and all that. So it's a balance of the system, but also the balance of the individuals to understand the seriousness of the matter when it happens. Unfortunately, once it happened, many serious cases, they fall apart. We have just had a recent case of Kwanomzamo in Orlando, which has fallen apart because witnesses have come back and say, we're not prepared and we shall not give any evidence against this case, and they fall apart. I believe, I fully agree, we can still improve on this one, but as it stands, it does not necessarily fall under the purview of the South African Police Service.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khoza, it's your opportunity.
Ngiyabuya, sengibuyile endosi. The question is, I want to be specific to this particular case of this woman that was murdered outside, brazenly murdered outside the Wendberg court. We've got conflicting statements circulating. My specific questions are 2. 1, what was her status at the time? Was she a witness in a particular case that is in court? Or was she a complainant in that particular case? If she was a witness, why was she not on the witness protection program? If she was a complainant, with the accused in the case, where was the accused when she was murdered? Is the accused out on bail or is still in police custody?
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. The Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister.
Well, at least it's the last mile. Chairperson, again, Honorable Khoza is asking why was not in the protection, witness protections? Why was she not in the protection? Again, that is not the matter, not a purview of the South African Police Service. I've said it time and again. It's NPA and the justice that put them in that. I've said it many a times. That is not. But the second, this
Honorable Minister, you address the chairperson, Honorable Minister. Please go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, there are laws in the country. If the law says the justice system will protect the witnesses, that shall be so. She's a witness, to go to your second question. Yes, she's a witness. So it would have been between herself, the NPA, the prosecution, agreeing, because one other thing about this program is voluntary. So you can go or you can't go if you don't want to. So she's both, as you said, a witness and a complainant. If I'm not mistaken, she was coming from court in the particular time, walking on the pavement,
And when unfortunately, she was shot by somebody. There's been videos on social media on this matter where somebody came from behind and shot her as she was going. I'm sure she would maybe not herself have noticed that she's on danger, or she had been thought that at that particular time she would not fall under that kind of tragedy and danger, which again.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The time has expired. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 352 has been asked by the Honorable Cyril Taba to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question is whether there are any intentions to replace the old Dakota aircraft. Yes, we do. We have every intention to do so. The plans for this replacement of the old Dakota system has been there since the early 2000s. Lack of funding, however, was not enabling the department to make sure that Operation Metsi, Sospen, or Kipi was actually actualized in that quest. We think that, Chairperson, what we do want to do is make sure that we follow on what the Treasury has promised. And we will remember that Treasury has put up a figure of 700 million to be allocated for border technology in the years 2024-25, 2025-26. We want to make sure that 500 million of that money will be spent on new vehicles. We want to take 22.5 million on a geographic information system capability, which is quite necessary. 47 million will be spent on intelligence collection and processing capabilities, which we need. We also intend to spend 7.2 million on an upgraded Chaka command and control system. Now, we want to make sure that 57 million goes to the Reutech system, the RSR 903 radar capability, and 16 million on plus minus the observation posts, which we think are necessary. What is left over must then be used, Chairperson, to acquire at least 16 quadcopters, unmanned aerial vehicles, and at least 2 long-range UAVs. Work is underway to bring new technology systems, radars and sensors around the border. We also want to use this as a force multiplier in the medium term. We are hoping that continuously we will have an injection from Treasury, which will enable us to continue to upgrade and reutilize systems around these borders. We want to say that Operation Barrow will continue to enable us to improve maritime border security. We will rely on the 3 new inshore patrol vessels. We're hoping that the outshore vessels will soon also fall in, which will enable us to give South Africa's borders a better coverage. We want to say that we want to look at a new system and a new approach to border security. We want to re-establish border patrol roads. We want to install more jersey barriers around. We want to make sure that the fences which have been taken off and have not been replaced are replaced, and where they are not mended, they are mended. We want to say that despite all these challenges, Chairperson, we have been able to score some victories. We have been able to get into our cells and ask for deportation of 7,946 illegal immigrants. We want to say that we have confiscated goods of around 1.7 million in contraband, drugs, 7.7 million worth, 13 weapons, over 2,000 heads of livestock, all this between January and March this year. We think that we can do more, And we think that probably if we continue to coordinate efforts between the police, justice, and BMA, we'll be able to make sure that South Africa sleeps better at rest. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I've been informed that Honorable Mthembu will take charge of the first opportunity. I now recognize Honorable Mthembu.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, what specific measures will the department take to ensure that the replacement of the Dakota Maritime Patrol aircraft with long-range drones and or unmanned aerial vehicles does not compromise national security and the safety of the country's airspace? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthembu. The Honorable Minister.
The UAVs can only increase our capacity to ensure that South Africa remains secure. We have observation posts. We have responsibilities up to the South Pole. We must make sure that our coastal areas are properly secured. And that is why we're looking back at Bairo. And that is why we're also going back to the re-establishment that I just referred to of the patrol roads. That, simply put, it means we want to re-establish no man's land again, so that we also look at the person who is looking after our borders. We are looking and we are asking justice to help us with this. We are looking at how we protect the soldiers and the police who are doing serious work around the borders, who often get charged for trying to protect property and life of South Africa. So we're even looking at policies, but we are very sure that the unmanned systems will also, we will be able to pick up on those that are not ours and be able to deal with those. But we will also be able to know that ours are up there, they report, and they are properly controlled and manned. We think that the human element can never be wrong, and the human element will always be supervising all the machines and the systems. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable S.J. Mare.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, government has failed to prevent illegal cross-border movement of goods and people for many years. However, we have not observed any serious intent for the addition of satellite, cyber, and digital technology for a 24/7 surveillance and supporting rapid response military units. You have failed to prioritize for more than 15 land border units and the acquisition of modern technology and supporting prime mission equipment essential for these rapid response units. Why was the National Treasury allocation of 225 million rand over 3 years provided in 2020-21 specifically for the acquisition of technology as a force multiplier for land border protection, not used for this purpose? What was it used for and why? Who authorized this, Minister? And how many of the decision makers were held accountable and or charged for negating this national security priority? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, just before I go to you, you have a choice because there's quite a number of questions asked there. And the rules are very clear, so you will respond. Honorable Minister.
I will respond, Chair. The Honorable Member has asked several questions, but as I remember the rules, I can now choose out of all that he has said.
That's the point I'm making. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we will make sure that the human element is present and that human element is protected. We will look after the soldier who is there, starting with looking at the equipment of this soldier, the policies and the laws that must protect the soldier. We have said that we will increase the doables as far as we are concerned, that is reclaim the land that we can use for patrolling and make sure that we put as many obstacles as we can against those who want to get in. We have also received claims, Honorable Marais will remember, that we keep on getting claims of corruption. We are taking a hard stance on any member of the defense force who may have been on the wrong side of the law, whether willing or abetting any corruption, aiding and abetting illicit passage of goods or persons. We're very clear that with what we have been observing, we have not failed completely. We are also cognizant of what Honorable Marais is saying. We are looking at the 700 million that is now on the table for us to do what we need to do. We have been looking at a number of options, Honorable Marais, on UAVs, some of them also going back to the old systems that we have had. Why have we not carried on? What has failed? What can we resuscitate? What must we start all over? So we have not been idle. We are looking and we are worried about our border control. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next opportunity goes to Honorable Mafanya.
Thank you, Chair and the Minister. My questions has been partly answered. Minister, the Dakota Maritime Patrol Aircraft has been in service since 1933. Several of them were modernized in the 90s and 2000. And whereas there is no more space to repair them when broken. Minister, your plans are all in the 2015 defense review. None of them have been achieved to date. The fact is that the Treasury availed 225 million, which was not used for intended purpose. What guarantees do you give that 700 million promised will deliver your future plans and projects? There is no man-hours training for our pilots and their license risk being revoked. What are your plans currently to mitigate the current problems in maritime aircrafts? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mafanya. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have been, wherever we have been abroad, wherever we meet up with countries and manufacturers of the same equipments that we have been trying to reach across, find out if we can get space, make sure that we can resuscitate that which we can resuscitate. We are worried about flying hours. That clearly compromises the competence of South African pilots to look after their own country. We are also saying that what is in the past should not continue to cripple us into the future. We are now seriously looking at the funds as allocated. We are putting very strict boundaries as to what can be done and what cannot be done with that money. We are also been looking at the different systems. As we speak across the countries as ministers, we also sometimes even get into what you have and how well is it protecting you. The chiefs do the same thing. And that is why sometimes the interaction between defense forces is important, because we don't just want to deal with issues of war. We want to also deal with issues of coordination and of learning from each other's mistakes and each other's successes. So we're very clear that we mean business. We have been into several countries just last year and this year, looking at what systems people are using and what can be used. And we are also looking at a country like Botswana. What makes them successful? We're looking at their model, and we know that it does not need a lot of money. It also needs just recalibrating the human resources that we have and doing what they have done successfully to make sure that back to back with Botswana, we can protect our resources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Inkos Kabekulu.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. This department has failed South Africans on land borders as well as in the seas. We've been learning about the foreign vessels fishing on South Africa's waters, where the issue as well on land borders, just stated, the influx of our porous borders, which shows the failure. Now, Minister, if I can come straight to the question. Since then, you talk about trying to revive the equipment in defense force. Currently, the DNN is losing a lot of employees who go for other greener pastures elsewhere. When do you think we can achieve all the promises that you are making to the citizens of the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, the promises made to the country. Yes, we have weaknesses. We have had weaknesses and that is why the 3 inshore patrol vessels are coming very handy. We are looking at acquiring 3 outshore patrol vehicles, which will be bigger than the inshore patrols, which will make sure that we protect the resources deeper into the oceans. But that means also that those patrol ships, if we get the size right, will be more agile and better resourced to protect our shores than, for instance, if you were to take the frigates out, because they're wieldy, they're big. So we're looking at the versatility of what we have now and what we may acquire to make sure that we can better control and protect South Africa. Air, we are looking at that, and that is why we have decided that the best way, even now as we are looking at increasing man hours and flight hours and so on and so forth, that technology and systems will be better for us around the borders. And that is why we're talking about sensors, we're talking about UAVs. We are also saying that training the staff for that is most important for us. We are also saying that the companies of South Africa, which are quite good in this instance, will also be able to enable us to pour in and to save. Honorable Mafanya Kabekulu talks about the people who've left it. The IP left the shores of South Africa years ago. We are now trying to recruit back the people who left these shores to come and expand and rebuild the defense industry of South Africa so that it works for us as a country. So we're not throwing everything out. We understand the reasons why the systems and people left this country. We are saying that it is time to take a little break and rebuild and re-strengthen the borders and the economy of this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 332 has been asked by Honorable Werner Horn to the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. The Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The Fusion Center was set up during the period of May 2020 to respond to the growing challenges and allegations of corruption and related activities during the COVID-19 period, including maladministration of funds in respect of the South African government's relief and containment interventions intended to counter the detrimental economic and social impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The Fusion Center is an operational center which is responsible for the coordination of all activities of all departments, ensuring early detection and render support to investigations. It also manages the case intake processes through assessment, allocation, and ensure efficient management of the workload. It follows an intelligence-driven approach which provides a holistic view of all unlawful and criminal activities.
The law enforcement agencies which forms part of the Fusion Center includes, amongst others, the SIU, the NPA, FIC, SARS, and the DPCI. The benefit of the Fusion Center is the fact that cooperation between the various law agencies is enhanced. According to information received from the Fusion Center as the end of May 2023, there was 161 referrals made by the SIU to the Fusion Center. This accounts for 29% of the Fusion Center work. In respect of 104 referrals, a decision has been made to decline to prosecute, while criminal prosecutions has been instituted in respect of 98 referrals. 52 verdicts were obtained with 49 accused convicted. The balance of 184 referrals still outstanding of the total referrals of 386 are still under investigations. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first opportunity goes to Honorable Werner Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the SIU at the time reported that the corrupt activities it identified in its investigation turned on four fairly simple but serious activities. The first being payment of suppliers without proof of delivery of the PPE or related medical equipment. Secondly, duplicate and fraudulent payments. Thirdly, inflated and exorbitant prices paid to specifically for PPE. And the fourth, the disqualification of legitimate approved service providers and replacing them with entities linked to friends and family. This was simple, although brazen criminal practices during a time when we as South Africans received assurances from the president that there would be no room for corruption. Furthermore, as you indicated, the perennial issue of SIU referrals that does not lead to prosecution were supposed to be streamlined and upscaled by the Fusion Center. Yet, as we sit here, 18 months and longer from when the SIU says it referred 386 referrals, we've had only on your version 98, 104 declined prosecutions and 184 still being investigated. Can you still claim with credibility, Minister, that the Fusion Center in any way or form added to streamline prosecutions, or is it just added red tape?
Thank you, Honorable Horn. The Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, House Chair. Indeed, I can say with certainty that it added credibility and work on the work of law enforcement agencies. And you can see it with regards to those, the verdicts, which I've already stated, including the cases that are still on the roll. And obviously, some are still under investigations because of the nature of the offenses that and the misconduct or maladministration that they were dealing with. So there is visible progress from that work of the Fusion Center by all these law enforcement agencies. But it did not only end there. The SIU and also the AFU has taken some of the matters for asset recoveries. And the asset recoveries that have flown from the Fusion Center by all the agencies, it amounts to about 1.8 billion rands. So this is a significant amount that is now back into the fiscus because of the work of all these law enforcement agencies through the special tribunal or through the asset forfeiture units in the civil courts. So this fusion of the work has allowed the workflow to enable the processes of investigation, to enable the process of prosecution where there was a need, to enable also the process of civil recoveries where it was practical. Hence, there has been this recovery of the amount amounting to 1.8 billion rand. So indeed, there is work, it could be strengthened and it can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Nomathemba Masekwa-Jele.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Mr. Minister, one of the objectives of the MOU signed between the NPA, DPCI, and the SARS to speed up the investigations of referrals from SIU to NPA require the development of a common database in respect of all ICU matters, including the status of each matter, progress in respect of its investigations, and the outcome in respect of its finalization. These agencies cooperate in respect of the Anti-Corruption Task Team and Fusion Center. I know that you have already given more information on this, but I would request that you give more. Mr. Minister, my question is, how effective is this methodology established in connection with cases referred by the SIU to the NPA? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jele. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The methodology will enable an evidence-based and statistics and data that is empirical. And it is for that reason that the monitoring and evaluation in the presidency is the one that is helping to develop the methodology, and also will then help the Fusion Center to use that modeling. And that modeling helps, particularly on the basis that the Fusion Center with a number of agencies working together, they must be able to share the same data in real time and also be able to share the information so that it flows with ease. So I do believe that it has been effective, and the methodology as it comes into fruition will show with the clear empirical evidence. And I hope that will also further enlighten and give credence to more of the work of the Fusion Center, and the Honorable Horn will also be able to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third opportunity goes to Honorable Yako.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you taking for Honorable Yako?
Yes, sir.
I know Yako. Go ahead.
It's allowed, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I cannot agree more with self-admission by Honorable Minister Cele when he says the department of his colleague is riddled with corruption. White-collar crime continues to be on the rise with minimal consequences for those implicated. Would you not say this renders the great work done by SIU wasteful expenditure if there is no proper and adequate consequence management commitment from your side? Maybe to bring it even more closer to home is that we have 5 members of our organization who have been arrested for 2 years without trial and bail because of the corruption that is happening at Rabasut. I even went as far as getting involved in an entrapment, risking my life to get the person who was standing as a lawyer, bogus lawyer, in your courts.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time has now expired. I think
Thank
the
you.
Minister has taken note of your question. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I think it's a complete distortion that my colleague said my department is riddled with corruption. What he has acknowledged, acknowledged that there was a ruling and an observation made by Judge Tulare of the Western Cape High Court, which has given context to what he said earlier on. As I said earlier on, there is consequence management, and as you will have seen from most of the referrals from the SIU, they are employees who have been dismissed, who have been taken through disciplinary processes in the state, and that is consequence management. There's also been those that have been convicted in the courts on these issues related to these COVID-19 related funds. That also is consequence management. There have also been people who are not within the system of the state, the private sector companies involved in some of those malfeasance. They have also been convicted and sentenced. That is consequence management. So I don't know what the honorable member means when he says there is no consequence management. It is there, it has been done. And with the cases that are still ongoing, justice will also prevail. We'll have to allow the court processes to take its course. With regards to the personal matter that the member has raised, with due respect, Honorable Chair, he has brought the matter to my attention yesterday, and in the spirit of collegiality, I will attend to the matter. I don't think we need to burden this House with that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Honorable Mulder. It's now an opportunity for that question that
Thank
you
you,
asked.
Honorable House Chair. I just wanted to check whether the Honorable Minister could hear me clearly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Even previously, remember.
No, you don't
the
do
House
that,
what he said.
Minister. Don't get dragged by that member into becoming out of order.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Honorable Mulder.
Can the Honorable Minister inform the House why there was no smooth flow of information between various law enforcement agencies in the process of investigation into the relevant referrals from the Special Investigating Unit, given the cost of time and money of the Fusion Center? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. There has always been a smooth flow of information from the SIU to the NPA, because the SIU Act says that where the SIU in the process of the investigations of any maladministration, because the SIU is the civil arm of the state to deal with civil issues and maladministration. If they observe any form of criminality, they refer the matter to the NPA, and then the NPA will then take that information to the Hawks, who will then investigate and attend to whatever investigations and take the matter back to the NPA to make a decision. So that has always been the case. But the reality is that criminal investigations and prosecutions with the real time and with the speed that society demanded at the time of COVID needed that we have a center where these issues can be arrested immediately. Hence, they had to be housed together in one platform so that they can work with real time. And the government, the state, collectively can be able to account to the people of South Africa, what are we doing in real time with regards to the COVID-19 related funds at the time when it was happening. As honorable members will remember, that it was moving at a fast pace. We could not wait for long. Hence, we needed them to be under one roof and be able to deal with the matters on real time. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 354 has been asked by Honorable Bekizwe Nkosi to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperations. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The reply to the question is as follows. As the honorable members would be aware, the BRICS partnership was established as an intergovernmental forum, and it has expanded to include meetings of experts, ministerial meetings, which are sectoral working groups, which include civil society, as well as the BRICS Summit of Leaders. The various working groups are working groups for business, for entrepreneurs, for women, for youth, academia, think tanks, non-governmental organizations, media institutions, parliaments, law society, and cultural organizations. All 5 countries of BRICS have these sectors participate in the various councils and sectoral working groups. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm going to ask that honorable members on my left, please refrain from raising your voices whilst there's a speaker on the podium. I now take this opportunity to invite Honorable Nkosi for your supplementary opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I did hear what the response of the minister was, despite the noise. Can the minister advise this House and provide examples of how the department has assisted ordinary South Africans and or members of other countries to participate in and or benefit from the various decisions that were taken at a variety of BRICS summits? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. Honorable Minister, as I come to you, we were informed that you are traveling on official business this afternoon. We know how you look. Maybe you can just switch off your camera and respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope that will help the sound. There was an honorable member who was speaking while I was replying, and I wish to respond to the honorable member by indicating that the government of the various BRICS Forum members assist citizens, ordinary citizens, as he has indicated, to attend and participate in the various working group meetings. Beyond that, in the decisions of the summit, decisions are often taken with respect to framework legislation that would be developed in each BRICS member country to address a range of areas of concern. This includes decisions such as the establishment of a vaccine institute in South Africa, which would provide research support and collaboration between all the 5 BRICS countries and any other country that the BRICS members would invite to participate. So, Chairperson, certainly ordinary citizens, I'm not sure quite what that means, but broader members of the public benefit from statutory instruments developed out of decisions that are made at the BRICS Forum. Beyond that, the new development bank of BRICS supports a range of infrastructure initiatives in each, and now we have 8 members of the NDB, all of them focused on infrastructure and other initiatives. So broader public would benefit from the investment in infrastructure, in energy resources and other areas that are development oriented in each of the BRICS countries. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Power.
Thanks. Minister, in clarifying the ambiguity that arose from its notice in the Government Gazette regarding the diplomatic immunities and privileges for the upcoming BRICS summit, DIRCO, your department, made it clear that any individual who has an arrest warrant against them will not be provided with cover under the Diplomatic Immunities and Privileges Act. So DIRCO has essentially now confirmed that the arrest warrant issued against the Russian President Vladimir Putin remains in force, and should he arrive in South Africa, the law as it stands mandates that he must be arrested. Now, Minister, information points to Cabinet having in fact already taken a decision to move the upcoming BRICS summit to China or to a third-party state. Can the Minister please confirm yes or no? Has Cabinet taken a decision to move the BRICS summit to China, and when will this be announced? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Powell. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. I'm not aware of such a decision by Cabinet to move the BRICS summit. As far as I'm aware, the summit is planned for Johannesburg in August this year. There was no ambiguity in the Gazette in that this is a normal practice when South Africa hosts international conferences. Thus, for persons who are familiar with such a process, there can be no ambiguity. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third opportunity will go to Honorable Msane.
I stand in for Mzane.
Thank you, Honorable Manye will stand in for Honorable Msane. Please go ahead.
In the summit held in 2022, terrorism was one of the key issues discussed. the countries agreed that only the United Nations Security Council has the authority for imposing sanctions. Of the United Nations Security Council veto power holders, BRICS is graced with two, which are China and Russia. However, South Africa is being threatened with sanctions to the point that the US, who themselves are not members of the ICC, but are threatening South Africa of being removed from hosting the 2023 AGOA summit. Not that that's the end of the world, because in any way, trade with AGOA has already decreased and African countries are busy with the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. The question is, when will the department stand firm against imperial bullies and refuse intimidation because of trade? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manyi. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Manyi for that question. I believe that the department has stood firm. We have made the position of South Africa very, very clear in this regard. Of course, we would wish South Africa to continue to participate in the AGOA forum. It is not the first time the members of the House of Representatives that are the signatories to the letter that is doing the rounds in the media have spoken out against South Africa. I have had meetings with them, as have many other South African individuals and envoys of President Ramaphosa. The key issue is the government must stand firm on its non-aligned position that we do not take sides in such matters, and indeed that it is correct that it is only sanctions imposed by the United Nations that would cause all members to be obligated to act in response to those sanctions. We do not act in accordance with unilateral sanctions imposed by one member state of the United Nations family. And it is vital that we as South Africans speak up more clearly, because if we open up room to ourselves to be abused and compelled to follow a policy direction that is not our own, we will regret that when even greater demands are made on our government and our country. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last opportunity goes to Honorable Shengwa. Next time, Honorable Shengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, having confirmed that the summit will continue in South Africa, as you've already responded to one supplementary question, it follows then that President Putin of Russia will attend. The question then becomes, will South Africa implement the ICC warrant of arrest? This question is critical for the purposes of clarity in terms of the direction, shape, and form that the summit will take, including but not limited to the ordinary people that the Honorable Nkosi refers to in his question, insofar as ensuring that they derive maximum benefit of whatever will be the outcomes of this summit. But this issue continues to be a dark cloud, and the fact that there's no clarity is in itself problematic. So will you actually do it or not do it, so that we know what it is that we're dealing with? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shengwa. Thank you, Honorable Shengwa. The Honorable Minister.
Sorry, Chairperson. I know you said we mustn't speak before you call us. My apologies. Chairperson,
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
I do not know whether President Putin has responded to the invitation that would have been sent to him by President Ramaphosa. I have previously indicated that it will be President Ramaphosa who will make any necessary statement on this matter. It does not fall within my ambit, as I am not the principal party that issues invitations. Thus, there will be no categorical statement by me as to the question posed by the Honorable Hlengwa. Indeed, the summit is set for August in Johannesburg, South Africa, as I speak at this moment. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Question number 333 has been asked by the Honorable Shabane to the Minister of Home Affairs. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Member, the branch appointment system, which we call BAPS, is affected only when the traffic for verification is more than the capacity of the National Population Register server. Because, Honorable Member, the booking system depends on the National Population Register, because when we book, we want to know whether you are who you say you are. So the system has to get into the National Population Register to verify. Now, unfortunately, it is not only Home Affairs that is missing the National Population Register. All the banks in South Africa are verifying through the same system. The Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, CIPC, they verify through the same system. Integrated Justice System, IJS, they verify through the same system. The Private Industry Regulatory Authority, CIRA, also verify through the same system. And SASSA, every person who goes to SASSA, and you know there are millions, cannot be accepted by SASSA without verifying through the National Population Register. We also know the Gauteng Department of Education uses the system a lot, and our own front offices. Now, because of this load of work, sometimes the traffic becomes so high that it looks like BAPS is getting stuck, when actually there's a competition for space. We are now investigating the option of increasing the National Population Register server capacity for verification, and also the introduction of a new system which we called National Identification System. You may remember, Honorable Member, we announced here that these databases that are many, the National Population Register, NPR, the NIIS, or National Immigration Information System, and the VAS, Visa Adjudication System, are all going to be collapsed into one system called NIS, National Information System. It will eliminate the problems, because it has got a robust modern infrastructure. On the issue of load shedding, yes, load shedding obviously makes Home Affairs worse, whether it is on NPR or any issue. I've once announced here that sometimes when the load shedding, Home Affairs gets stuck. But at the present moment, our property and facilities management team is in the process of adding additional backup powers in the various offices, including uninterrupted power supply, or UPS, and inverters as a way of mitigating load shedding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first opportunity goes to Honorable Musa Chabane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. As you are aware, Minister, that some of the citizens, particularly from the rural areas, may not have access to smartphones or internet connections. How will BAPS accommodate deadlines and further outline the department's plans to resolve long queues that are experienced by our citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chabane. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, I want to make it very clear, because people sometimes confuse this, that once an office is using BAPS, then only people with computers and iPads and smartphones can be served. It is not like that. We also accept walk-ins. Whether the office is only that BAPS is very convenient for you, because it will call you at a particular time when you make your booking. But we do accept walk-ins because of the type of development that the country is at. If we start turning away other people that they haven't booked, it will be a very big problem. When I was in health, we also tried the booking system in clinics. But it's not working very well because you can't turn somebody away when they arrive at the clinic simply because they did not book. So we are doing the same thing here. There are walk-ins. But that having been said, every office that is using BABS has got a special corner where there's an iPad. You can walk in there and ask them to help you to book through BABS if you don't want to be served as a walk-in. So all these systems are making sure that whether you computer literate or you've got smartphones and all that, you are able to be served by Home Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second opportunity goes to Honorable Rose.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, the fact that hardly any noticeable improvement has been made in system downtime over the last 4 years, despite all the money spent, is a disgrace. I would consider asking where did the money go, but we all have a pretty good idea. The ongoing system downtime affects service delivery in the majority of Home Affairs offices, and an alarming number of hours is lost due to system downtime and load shedding. We have also noted a number of offices don't have working generators 16 years after load shedding started. So 4 years ago, you had a plan, and I'm sure you now have a plan, but people are fed up and this needs to be resolved. What is your plan to address the issue of generators and resolve this downtime issue? And by when will these matters be resolved once and for all?
Thank you, Honorable Rose. The Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable Rios, it's not true to say there's not been progress, particularly coming from you being a member of the Portfolio Committee, because I report what's happening about this issue at almost every available opportunity. If you go to my budget speech delivered last year in May, 90% of that budget speech was allocated to this issue. I forgot about all the other issues and spoke about this issue because it is a problem of the country. The fact that we are using sister systems that are always down. In that budget speech, I announced that SETA is going to spend 400 million rand to improve their network systems. And if you want the progress about how far SETA is, I can show that progress. But I also announced that because of the delay that you are mentioning, we've moved to another structure, the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, because we believe they've got more capacity and more scientific knowledge, perhaps than SETA. And I reported that we're busy with them. They are doing two things. Number one, they have entered the diagnostic journey to look at throughout the whole system. Why is it that after so many years, so many groups have come in and they cannot find an answer? We were not folding our arms. From 2019, we even opened a special war room in Centurion, where we got CEOs, not ordinary junior managers, CEOs of all these companies, starting with IBM, EOH, Oracle. We put them there. We even got a deputy director general to report there full time to sit with the CEOs to see that they solve this problem. So at the moment, our last resort is CSIR, and they are not only doing a diagnostic journey, they are looking for an alternative network through which Home Affairs system can connect. And we agreed that they will first pilot with the biggest offices. And we've just given them 15 of them. We're watching the progress in that regard of what will happen.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
I now recognize Honorable Techane.
No, thanks so much. I'm going to take the the follow-up question for Honorable Techane.
Go ahead.
Minister, while load shedding has made the situation at Home Affairs even worse, the reality is that services at your department have been abysmal for years, and that you have been unable or unwilling to resolve these challenges. As we speak, Minister, each and every Home Affairs office in this country has queues snaking across the streets. what comprehensive solution do you have for resolving this problem of long queues at Home Affairs? What is stopping you for implementing that solution at the moment, Minister? Ke bo robosha, ge o tsamaya all over. Gore ke Home Affairs o bona ka line e telele. Re botse, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister.
Well, I won't tire in repeating the same thing again and again and again. I won't tire. I have just given you an answer of what we are doing. I've elaborated. I have told you that I elaborated in the budget speech last year. I have told you that I've elaborated in every meeting of the portfolio committee about what actually we are doing. But sometimes this problem, which is always repeated, forget to take into consideration that when we look at the number of IDs we've issued, it does not reflect what you say. There are 1,200,000 babies born in South Africa every year. 90% of them were able to give them birth certificates within the first 30 days of life. That cannot be as dismal as you are describing. Much as you are having problems who are doing that, no, I'm giving you numbers.
Honorable Minister, speak through the chair. Don't be distracted. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Chairperson.
Just a pause.
Yes.
Is that the point of order, Honorable Lesoma?
Yes, Chairperson, the members shouldn't drown the speaker. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Lesoma, I've given you, Honorable Lesoma, I've given you an opportunity. I did not hear what you, have you forfeited the opportunity?
I request that you order members to give a minister a chance to respond. They shouldn't drown the minister.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Lesoma. Thank you, Honorable Lesoma. Honorable order members. Please go ahead, Honorable Minister.
No, Chairperson, I was saying numbers don't lie. Numbers give facts. Much as we have got this problem of IT, which I never hid away from, I always explain it about what is happening on IT. And I said, we report to the portfolio committee almost every time we appear because they raise this question. That is not denied, but I'm giving you statistics of what we can do. And I'm saying to you, out of the 1.2 million babies who are born annually, 90% of them are able to get birth certificate within the first 30 days of birth. The rest, that's a reality, it's a fact. You can't run away from that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time has expired. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
They did not want to.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Order members. Before I proceed to the last member to ask the opportunity, the new member that we have welcomed has raised their hand, so I want to give you an opportunity. I saw your hand whilst the minister was concluding, so.
House Chair, thank you very much. I just want to get clarity from the minister. He's talking about lines that are very long at the Home Affairs, yet they are using the same system that South African Revenue Services is using. And the service at South African Revenue Services is very effective. I want to know why is it that they are using the same system, but their services are actually at the state where it is now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. No, wait, members, wait. And I'm doing this deliberately because I think we all learn and we're going to learn. So I want to indicate to the member that during the question time, it's only the member who has been designated to do that, to ask that question. But I did not want to stop you in the middle. You will understand it as we go. Thank you. We'll leave that. Question number 311 has been asked by Honorable Ruas to the Minister of Home Affairs. Oh, sorry. Honorable Melder, I nearly missed you. You have the last opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you.
Can the Honorable Minister inform the House if the 834 million rand allocated to the department in the 2023-24 financial year for its digitization project will provide for further adequate acquisition of generators and inverters for power backup during load shedding and the continuous maintenance thereof? Honorable House Chair, I wish to establish whether there's adequate finances available to address the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Melder. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I've never met the situation where in budgetary system, you'll ever say money is enough. You'll always need more. But at the present moment, with the little that we're having, we are trying to make sure, as I said, that we are putting generators. As I'm speaking, all the mobile trucks we have got, they come with inbuilt generators. What we are doing is to try and make sure that we put generators in all our static offices. And more than half of them, especially the modernized ones, already have generators. But I've also just said our property and facilities management are trying to put uninterrupted power supplies, UPSs, as well as inventors. So we are trying everything possible within the world of technology to resolve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 311 has been asked by the Honorable Ruas, the Minister of Home Affairs. The Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, I've drawn a table here, which I'll submit, which provides the departmental responses to both question A and B, as they are intrinsically linked. As far as the time things are concerned, since 2016, there have been 6 cases that has been brought against the department requiring consideration for new and or amended legislation. That means by either the Supreme Court of Appeal or by the Constitutional Court, there have been 6 where they are saying this part of legislation is unconstitutional. It needs to be amended. 4 cases are still within the due dates to be affected. The 5th case is awaiting the outcome of the Constitutional Court, which is still being ventilated. And in the last case, what was left was regulations. The act has been amended. The delay was in regulations. But I'm happy to announce that at the time this question was asked, we're still finalizing the regulations, but I'm happy to announce that the regulations have been gazetted on Monday, 2 days ago, on the 12th of June, which means that matter is closed and the regulations can work because it's already an act. Now, maybe it will be important for me to take you through the 4 cases I've mentioned about. The first one is Raymond and Anderson versus the Minister of Home Affairs. This case is about the status of foreign spouses who have married in South Africa. When the marriage comes to an end or the South African spouse passes away, there was a manner in which the act was dealing with it, and the Constitutional Court said it's unconstitutional. The judgment was passed on the 28th of February, 2023, and the due date is 28 February, 2025. The second matter is the Women's Legal Center Trust versus the President of South Africa and others. This issue is about Muslim marriages. And you are aware that we have started an omnibus bill on this matter. And Al Jamaa came up with a private members bill. We've been negotiating with them, agreeing what to do. The new marriage policy is saving tomorrow for the last time in a cabinet committee before it comes here. This is not only the one that has been passed by the Constitutional Court. They also declared Section 9, 10, 28 of the Divorce Act 70 of 1979 unconstitutional. So we're working with Minister Lamola. The problem we're faced with here is that once it gets passed tomorrow, as it's going to be, and it comes to Parliament, we won't be able to meet the deadline, which is the 28th of June. And the two of us are discussing what we do in approaching the Constitutional Court. The third case is Yusula Jenny, Diana Janjis, and another versus Minister and MS Mbembe. These issues about status of unmarried fathers is a very, very complex case. And I can assure you many women don't like the judgment because the court ruled that any father has got the right to register their own child without talking to the mother whatsoever, if they believe the child is theirs. Now, we don't have a problem with that. We don't have a problem with that. The problem we're having is that we've got to prove that this man is the father. And the court was against that. And we are having a big problem. The due date set by the Constitutional Court for Parliament to amend this and allow any man to register a child if they believe it's their child is the 10th of July, 2024. But it's a ruling, we've got to implement it whether we like it or not. I was just telling you the problem.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you did promise that you will share your presentation. Thank you. The first opportunity goes to Honorable Rose.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, if
Please
you're aware of
just
it-
switch off your mic, Honorable Minister.
So, Minister, if you're aware of it,
Just hold, Honorable Rose. Honorable Kaula, there's a member on the platform. Thank you, Honorable Kaula. Go ahead, Honorable Rose.
Great, thank you, House Chair. Minister, if you're aware of it, and I'm sure you'll be celebrating the DA's victory in the Supreme Court of Appeal yesterday, and the court order that will see the citizenship of South Africans who were irrationally stripped of their citizenship restored. This is because the fraudulently granted citizenship of the Guptas will now too be restored. You'll be happy to hear. It is ironic that you have fought the DA every step of the way for the last 5 years to keep this provision carried over from Apartheid-era Citizenship Act, which was used by the apartheid government to strip exiled freedom fighters overseas, and taking the citizenship of Bantustans of their South African citizenship without their knowledge. In a 2020 judgment against Home Affairs, the Constitutional Court stated the systematic act of stripping millions of Black South Africans of their citizenship was one of the most pernicious policies of the apartheid regime and left many as foreigners in the land of their birth. But in the Chisusia matter, you fought to have children born of one South African parent overseas stripped of their citizenship. Are you failing to honor court orders and fighting so hard to have South Africans that you may believe won't vote for you stripped of their citizenship because you are scared of losing the 2024 election?
Thank you, Honorable Rose. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member Rose, yes, I'm aware that this judgment was passed yesterday. It was not part of what I was going to say here because it was still being ventilated in court. I'm laughing when you said because we are scared of losing elections. Because there's a rumor that DA was fighting this issue specifically to win elections. So we don't know who is who. Yes, we are being told that you want to go and collect all the DA members who left this country for greener pastures and went somewhere to come and bring them. I'm answering the question because you You ask for it that way. But be that as it may, the court has made the ruling. They have said, because South African law allows dual citizenship, there's no reason to stop any other person who has not asked for permission to get dual citizenship. We're not challenging that because the court has made a ruling, but I want to inform you, these issues that are being raised by the courts of law are the acts that were passed by this parliament from 1995. So sometimes we don't challenge them because we hate something. We just want clarity from the courts. Because if you don't get clarity, everybody will interpret them in particular ways. We just want the courts to finalize and clarify the matter. Once they clarify it, the matter is closed, like this particular one. Because we did not pass that act that is saying this about citizenship. It was passed in this House of Parliament, which is a legitimate house. So when you go to court to get clarity, it shouldn't be as if you hate somebody or you are, because otherwise, how do we go on if clarity has not been made? And this, many of them who have actually been thrown out by the court, correcting what Parliament has done. It gives us an opportunity to come back and correct. And that is what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Pillay. Honorable Pillay,
Thank you, Chair. I'll be taking the question on his behalf.
please go ahead.
Honorable Minister, the update on the status of these court cases is appreciated and well received. But as a practice, sometimes amendments of the legislation may take long to effect the court order, and that may impact negatively on the people. From your response, it seems that short-term measures such as gazetting of regulations to effect court orders is being considered as one of the options. Can you comment on the effectiveness of this approach to effect the court orders? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
No, unfortunately, Honorable Member, that option is not being pursued. I don't know how, maybe from what I've said, it might give you an impression that we are pursuing it. We're not pursuing that option because it won't work. Unless I don't understand you very well, Honorable Member. You are saying because it does take time to amend legislation. Usually the court gives 24 months in all the cases. And I'm not sure where they got the 24 months from. And quite a number of times, Parliament is not able to meet the 24 months. We go and ask for extension, like we did 3 times with the Electoral Law Amendment Act. From what I'm saying, understanding you saying because of that, we then resort to gazetting regulations, which will temporarily take over before the act is amended. Now, unfortunately, there is no regulation that is a standalone. Every regulation follows a law. So we cannot pass any regulations to be a stand-in for an act that has not been amended. The act must be amended first, is then that regulations can be passed. So unfortunately, this option is not on the table. We are not even considering it, but we are painfully aware. I've just given an example of what myself and Honorable Lamula are faced with, that generally the courts give 24 months. And that 24 months in many instances have not been found to be adequate for the amendment of these legislations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next opportunity, if I can get a guidance from the EFF, it's an opportunity for Honorable Tejane. Honorable Chira.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, your department is notorious for not only ignoring court orders, but also ignoring correspondence from the public and their legal representatives. This conduct was also condemned by Judge Poko from the North Gauteng High Court last year. And seemingly you have not done anything to correct this or to ensure that your department is compliant with court orders. So we want to know what structural interventions have you made to ensure that the department has the capacity, the department has the skill to process court orders and deal with them accordingly? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shira. The Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Chira, you are right. There was such a tendency in the department of not complying with court orders. But we are taking action. And I know it more than you, because when departmental officials don't comply with court orders, even if I didn't know, I start knowing it when a contempt ruling is made against me. When it arrived that there is contempt of court here, it's then that I know that there was a court ruling which was not complied with. So I'm taking this issue very directly. And some officials have already been suspended. Others fired. There's even a very senior official who has been demoted from a position of DDG to a position of director for not complying with court orders. I had to do something like that because complying with court orders not complying with court orders destroys the whole system. So we had to take such drastic steps. I don't get pleasure in demoting somebody from that high position. But some of the lack of compliance come with financial ramifications, whereby the government, the state is losing money, which is taxpayers' money. So you have to gauge between that and protecting one particular individual. So we are making sure that court orders are complied with, because it's a very big problem when court orders are disobeyed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Die heel laaste agter ons kom ook in die kraal. Honorable Mulder.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. My vraag gaan weer oor finansies to the Honorable Minister. Can the Honorable Minister indicate on how many of the 6 cases mentioned before the House costs were ordered to be paid by the department, and if any, whether these orders have been complied with? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mulder. The Honorable Minister.
It's difficult to hear, but the little I
did. No. Did you hear, Minister?
Yes,
because you have. If it did not, he must repeat.
No, the little, he will correct me. The little I've heard is that which of these cases have cost been ordered against the department? Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't have a full list yet. They do, yes. That's why exactly I'm saying we have got no option to suspend people, fire them, or even demote them, because it comes with financial implications. That's what I was talking about. That we can't have a situation where costs are ordered against the state and we don't take any action. But I don't have a list here, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, question time has expired. We now proceed to the next order. The first order, the Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on appointment of National Council for Correctional Services in terms of Section 83, Sub 2H of Correctional Services Act 111 of 1998.
Thank you. The Honorable Bulelani Magwanish.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members. Section 83 of the Correctional Services Act 111 of 1998 stipulates that the minister must appoint a National Council for Correctional Services. The primary function of the NCCS is to advise at the request of the minister or on its own accord in developing policy with regard to the correctional system and the sentencing process. The council also considers cases of offenders serving sentences of life imprisonment and must make recommendations to the minister regarding the placement of such offenders on a parole or day parole and cancellation of day parole or parole. Certain members of the NCCS also sit as Correctional Supervision and Parole Review Board, to review the decisions of the parole board. Section 83, subsection 2H of the Act states that the minister must appoint 4 or more persons not in the full-time service of the state, appointed as representative of the public in consultation with the relevant parliamentary committees. The minister has presented the names to the committee from different backgrounds, such as the legal fraternity, religious fraternity, social workers, psychologists, criminologists, academics with experience in criminal justice, and people with knowledge in community justice. The term of the current council was extended until 30th June 2023. The committee, having engaged on the 16 names presented by the minister and motivation for each name, recommends that the National Assembly concurs with the appointment of the names presented to serve on the National Council for Correctional Services as representative of the public. They are Ms. Amanda Vilakazi, Dr. Yvette Leroux, Advocate Hoshe Maumene, Mr. Marothin Mboweni, Mr. Tsepo Nawane, Reverend Pogisho Mukosi, Dr. Dinewa Johnson, Mr. Mzwakolo Mfegeto, Dr. Herma Hakoven, Dr. Vanita Chetty, Ms. Vuyelwa Maweni, Ms. Darlene van Biljon, Mr. Willem Hanekom, Ms. Ratamayana Mboweni, and Dr. Yolanda Steyn. I so move.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. Usual times will apply. The DA.
Thank you. I ask Chair. During the process of putting together a list of names of individuals to serve on the CCS, it came to light that none of the individuals went through a screening process. In this instance, screening refers to qualifications and criminal record checks. Given the nature of the work the NCCS has to perform, it is almost inconceivable that screening was omitted. After the committee pointed this out, the screening was eventually done. Flagrant disregard for procedure like this could have very serious consequences which we can hardly afford. I hope something similar won't be repeated. The DA supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters.
I'm here, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Chairperson, the National Council for Correctional Services is supposed to be the bridge between the general public and the department. The challenges faced by the department are enormous, requiring constant engagement with members of the public. Some of these challenges relate to the rehabilitation of inmates and the facilitation of healing between members of the public affected by crimes and those convicted of these crimes. Sadly, the appointment of these people into the crucial institutions of state has been done as a means of dispensing patronage and not of appointing properly qualified people who add value to these institutions. As things stand now, and as can be seen from the replies given by the minister in today's oral session, the department is facing a number of challenges, including their inability to implement recommendations, such as that of the Jali Commission. Our correctional centers are dens of crime, and inmates come out as hardened criminals without being rehabilitated. The National Council for Correctional Services must be hands-on in working with the department to resolve these issues. And at face value, we have nothing against the names proposed for appointment. And as the EFF, we note them and hope that they will take the responsibility with respect, care, and humility. We thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yako, and welcome. I've been looking for you. The Inkatha Freedom Party.
If one really wishes to know how justice is administered in a country
One does not question the policemen, the lawyers, the judges, or the protected members of the middle class. One goes to the unprotected, those precisely who need the law's protection most, and listens to their testimony, I unquote. Although James Baldwin shared these words in 1972, more than 51 years ago, they remain true today as they did then. Our justice and correctional services is premised on protecting our members of society who are most vulnerable, those that in previous years were unable to and deliberately excluded from accessing and enjoying the benefits of the law. This is where, in 2023, the appointment of the National Council for Correctional Services crucially comes in, advising the Minister on developing relevant and correct policies regarding the correctional system and the sentencing process in the country. Flexibility of members of the council simultaneously sitting in the correctional services and parole review board, so to review the decisions of parole is very important, in that we are always aware that in serving justice, our justice system is also restorative in nature. It is premised not on annihilating anyone from society completely, but on correcting and slowly integrating past offenders back into society. As a party, we have followed and have been part of processes and proceedings of the Committee on the crucial work that was done in appointing the council that contributes immensely to the overall work of the Justice and Correctional Services Ministry. After seeing that recommendations made were positively followed, such as the need for extensive screening of all candidates, and that there is diversity in the proposed members of council, such much to our satisfaction, the IFP supports the report, and I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The FF plus. The FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. No declaration.
Donkey. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. No declaration from
Thank you. The UDM. The ATM. Good. NFP. Independent Congress. COPE. PAC.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Al Jamaa. The African National Congress. The African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues. To quote someone who was familiar with the old South African prison system, former President Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "Nobody truly knows a nation until they've been inside their jails. A nation should be not be judged by its highest citizen, but by its lowest." The overarching objective to the Department of objectives of the Department of Correctional Services are to detain inmates in safe, secure and humane conditions in correctional centers and remand detention facilities, to provide sentenced offenders with needs-based rehabilitation programs and interventions, and to reintegrate offenders into communities as law-abiding citizens by effectively managing non-custodial sentences and parole. The department is critical in providing adequate security at correctional facilities and facilitating restorative justice. The National Development Plan envisages that by 2030, all people will be and feel safe. The NDP also envisages that offenders should be released and successfully reintegrated into society. The effectiveness of this process largely depends on the quality of programs offenders receive while incarcerated. The DCS plays a vital role in rehabilitating offenders and reducing the likelihood of them reoffending by conducting proper assessments and informing them about the programs and interventions available within their facilities, such as skills development programs, psychological, social, and spiritual care services. The National Council of Correctional Services is a statutory body that guides the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services in developing policy relating to the correctional system and the sentence management process. The NCCS is a critical role player in correctional services. The Council also considers cases of offenders serving sentences of life imprisonment and must make recommendations to the Minister regarding the placement of such offenders on parole or day parole and cancellation of such. Certain members of the Council also sit as Correctional Supervision and Parole Review Board to review the decisions by the parole boards. Among other duties, the Minister must refer draft legislation and major proposed policy developments regarding the correctional system to the National Council for its comments and advice. The Council may examine any aspect of the correctional system and refer any appropriate matter to the inspecting judge. The National Council must fulfill any other functions ascribed to it in the Correctional Services Act. The COVID-19 pandemic and national lockdown had a bearing on the work of the Council. Offenders serving life sentences and who have served out their minimum detention periods are facing delays for parole consideration. Although parole for any sentenced inmate, including lifers, is not a right, parole consideration is. Lifers are eligible for parole once they reach their minimum detention period. A person sentenced to life imprisonment before 1 October 2004 must serve 12 years and 4 months before being considered for parole. If they were sentenced after 1 October 2004, they need to serve a minimum of 25 years. And as we may know, the term of the current council was extended on the 30th of June 2023. The recruitment process has been underway for some time. An advert was published in the Sunday media inviting nominations and applications for appointment in the NCCS. A re-advertisement was done with the aim of increasing the pool of the candidates for appointment. To fill the vacancies on the council, candidates are drawn from the legal fraternity, religious fraternity, academics with experience in criminal justice, knowledge of the community justice system, criminologists, social workers, and psychologists. The Minister of Justice and Correctional Services recommended 16 candidates to serve on the council. Having gone through the recommended names, we appreciate that the candidates reflect a generational mix, and we envisage that there will be a transfer of skills from the older to the younger generation of members of the council. We appreciate the gender and race balance in the candidates. The profiles of the candidates reflect that they possess the necessary skills and expertise. We also appreciate the geographical spread of the candidates. This speaks directly to the issue of nation building. The recommended candidates consist of new and returning members of council. This will assist on the issues of retention of institutional memory, as well as infusing new ideas and skills. We welcome that among the candidates, persons with disabilities are represented because representation matters very much. The ANC supports the report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. The question before the House is that the list of recommended candidates to serve on the National Council for Correctional Services, as it appears in the report of the committee, be agreed to. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. We proceed to the second order. The secretary will read the second order. Aye, ma'am.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on amendments to practical guidelines for employees for approval in terms of Section 10(4)B of Protected Disclosures Act 2000, Act number 26 of 2000.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Bulelani Magwanishe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Protected Disclosure Act of 2000 provides that the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services must issue practical guidelines which explain the provisions of the Act and all procedures that are available to employees who wish to report or remedy an impropriety. Section 10(4)B of the Act provides that the guidelines must be approved by Parliament before publication in the Gazette. The guidelines were published in 2011, but as the Act was amended on the 2nd of August 2017, these now require amending. Section 8 of the Act was amended to include the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equality, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of Rights for Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, and the Public Service Commission, and other institutions to which protected disclosure can be made. Consequently, the proposed amendments to the guidelines list these institutions as also being institutions to which protected disclosure can be made. It also proposed to amend Part 3 of the guidelines to set out the contact details of the public protector in all 9 provinces and set out the contact details of other persons or bodies to whom the protected disclosure can be made. Finally, it is proposed that to delete Part 4, which includes a copy of the Act from the guidelines. The proposed deletion will do away with the need to amend the guidelines whenever the Act is amended. The committee recommends that the National Assembly approve the amendments to practical guidelines for employees for approval in terms of Section 10(4)B of the Protected Disclosure Act. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties that wishes to make declaration. The usual times for declaration shall apply. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chair. The weaknesses and deficiencies of our country's whistleblower protection protocol has been in the spotlight for many years. This spotlight has become more blinding since the death of people like Babita Deokaran, a key witness in the investigation of allegedly corrupt multi-million rand tender in Gauteng, who was brutally shot dead in August 2021. Ethel Williams, who testified in front of the Zondo Commission implicating 39 people in grand-scale corruption, thereafter decided to leave the country in November 21 out of fear for his own safety. All of this, Chair, was preceded by the following announcement by President Cyril Ramaphosa during his State of the Nation address in 2022, when he said, and I quote, "We will shortly be appointing the members of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which is a multi-sectoral body that will oversee the initial implementation of the strategy and the establishment of an independent statutory anti-corruption body that reports to Parliament." Chair, during SONA 2022, there was still no sign of this independent statutory anti-corruption body, only a fresh commitment to strengthen whistleblower protection. President Ramaphosa again using words that imitated a sense of urgency when he stated that, and I quote, "The relevant law enforcement agencies are taking the necessary steps to address the immediate concern about the safety of whistleblowers." Colleagues, in the meantime, the Zondo Commission pointed out that the flaws in the existing whistleblower protection scheme were that it does not provide a clear-cut procedure for the whistleblower to follow, does not sufficiently guarantee that disclosures will be protected, is not proactive in providing physical protection, that it offers no incentives to the whistleblower, and finally, that it does not ensure that all such information find its way to a destination with specialized skills. During SONA 2023, President Ramaphosa again made fresh promises around whistleblower protection laws and the strengthening of the Witness Protection Unit to assist whistleblowers. None of that has yet materialized. The minister has informed us that the review has been finalized, but if one reads between the lines, the intention is for Cabinet to discuss the matter a bit further and the department to consult some more. Considering that some other pieces of legislation, like the lower courts bill, has been in the embryonic phase with the Department of Justice since 2014, one cannot even make a guesstimate when this bill will one day arrive in Parliament. Now, Chair, the amended guidelines under discussion today addresses some of the minor issues faced by whistleblowers. However, an important opportunity was missed to deal with some of the issues identified in the Zono Commission report. The procedure to be followed by prospective whistleblowers could have been made clearer, and better protection measures could have been introduced by these guidelines, even as we operate under the law as it stands. Colleagues, when Athol Williams left our shores in 2021, he issued a statement with the topic "Forced to Leave," in which he detailed the way in which he suffered economic, professional, and personal harm because of his decision to speak up. He remarked as follows: "It's a tragedy that those who choose to do the right thing have their lives shattered while everyone looks on." Chair, colleagues, sadly, this is what we as lawmakers have been doing since then. We have been patient, naive onlookers, waiting for this government to act in line with its promises. The time has come for us to seriously consider whether this is good enough, and whether we as lawmakers should not consider introducing our own legislation to better help whistleblowers, because to wait for this government, we will wait forever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Horn, the EFF.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the plight of whistleblowers in this country is very precarious, and there seems to be no adequate...
Just a pause, Honorable Yako. Somebody was coming here. Okay, continue, Honorable Yako.
Thank you so much.
Please
And
go
Indila,
ahead.
you're gone. The plight of whistleblowers in this country is very precarious, and there seems to be no adequate legislative mechanism to protect them against victimization and even murder. We now know that Babita Deokaran was murdered in cold blood after she blew the whistle on the corruption that took place at the Gauteng Department of Health. To date, no one has been held to account either for the murder of Babita or for the crimes that she reported and for which she died. There is no willingness to protect whistleblowers, and this is because, in the main, those who commit these crimes are top politicians and those acting at the behest of these politicians. These guidelines are not nearly enough to provide the kind of protection needed by those who blow the whistle on crime. Parliament simply added that there must be contact details of officers of the public protector across provinces. This is not even cold comfort to those who want to disclose criminal activity, and we know there are many of those. While we approve of these guidelines, we want more to be done practically and through legislation to protect not only the rights of those whistleblowers, but also their lives too. We are in support of these guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yako. FF Plus. Inkatha Freedom Party. Honorable Simon. Go ahead, Baba.
An honorable minister and honorable members. This act, although tabled in the year 2000, has never been more relevant than it is today in the current age of rampant state and public service corruption, and in effecting measures of counteracting and bringing to a full stop the impunity within which bribery, corruption, and abuse of power thrive today within government by protecting those who seek to report such criminality in terms of this act. Section 10(4)(b) of the Protected Disclosures Act provides practical guidelines for employees who wish to make a protected disclosure. Employees should follow these guidelines to ensure that their disclosures are made in good faith to the appropriate person or authority and contain all the necessary information. Today, we limit ourselves to the amendments of 2nd August 2017. And whilst the IFP welcomes inclusion of the existing Section 8.1 listed institutions, which will now include South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equality, the Commission for Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, and the Public Service Commission as other institutions which protected disclosures could also be made. We remain concerned about several areas that could be improved. For instance, one, potential abuse of the process that could filter in through good faith disclosures made by persons with hidden political agendas, especially now as we are nearing the national and provincial elections in 2024. Two, there be greater clarity and guidance provided to employees as to how best to protect themselves from possible victimization and retaliation. Three, a central hotline contact number should be provided in addition to the contact numbers already provided. In conclusion, whistleblowing is an effective check and balance and should be provided with every opportunity to be effective and safe for the individual coming forward with the disclosure. I thank you, Honorable House Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Simang. The FF Plus. ACDP.
No declaration from the ACDP.
Thank you. The UDM. The ATM. Good. NFP. Independent Congress.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. COPE. PAC. Al-Jamaa. The African National Congress.
Thank you, Chair. House Chair. Chairperson, whistleblower protection in South Africa is based on the Protected Disclosure Act, which allows employees to disclose information about alleged misconduct without fear of appraisal relating to suspected or alleged criminal or other irregular conduct by their employers, both in the private and public sector. It is the Labor Relations Act 66 of 1995, which then renders a dismissal automatically unfair if it constitutes a contravention of the Protected Disclosure Act by an employer, and which attempts to protect employees from being victimized through disciplinary and other processes where the whistle has been blown. If a disclosure is protected, the employee may not be subjected to any occupational detriment by his or her employer or on account or partly on account of having made it. The Protected Disclosure Act provides certain avenues which a whistleblower may venture for the disclosure to acquire this status. Protected disclosures may be made to a legal practitioner or a person whose job involves giving legal advice, an employer, a member of cabinet or executive council, and to bodies such as public protector or auditor general.
The Act was amended on the 2nd August 2017. Before its amendment, Section 8(1) of the Act provided that any disclosure made in good faith to a public protector, the Auditor General, or any person or body prescribed for the purposes of that section, and in respect of which disclosure the employee or worker concerned reasonably believes that the relevant impropriety falls within any description of matters which in the ordinary course are dealt with by the person or body concerned, and the information disclosed and any allegation contained in it are substantially true is a sorry for that. Are substantially true. Okay. The relevant propriety falls within any description of matters which in the ordinary course are dealt with by the person or body concerned, and the information disclosed and any allegation contained in it are substantially true is a protected disclosure. In August 2017, Section 8(1) was amended to specifically include the other constitutional bodies, namely South African Human Rights Commission, Commission of Gender Equality, the Commission for Protection and Protection of the Rights of Culture, Religious and Linguistic Communities, and the Public Service Commission as other institutions to which the protected disclosures could be made. The inclusion in Section 8(1) of the Act of the said commission necessitate amendments to be effected to the guidelines by amending paragraph 3 of Part 1 under the heading specified person or body to specify not only the public protector and auditor general, but also those 4 bodies. It also necessitated amendment Part 3 to set out the contact details of the public protector in all 9 provinces, and not only in 4 provinces, as the guidelines currently provide, as well as to set out the contact details of other persons or bodies contemplated in Section 8(1)(c), to who the protected disclosure can be made. The amendments to the practical guidelines under the Protected Disclosure Act, the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor provided an opinion on the 23rd February 2022 that the amendments to the guidelines are not in conflict with the Constitution or the empowering provisions. Section 10(4)(a) says the minister must consult with the Minister of Public Service and Administration before the amendment to the guidelines are submitted to Parliament for approval. The Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration, in a letter dated 3 June 2022, stated that the amendments to the guidelines are supported. The Protected Disclosure Act aims to create a culture which will facilitate the disclosure of information by employees, moving away from former notions of obligatory disclosure in terms of statutory provisions. The ANC supports. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Other members, are there any objections to the approval of the amendments to the practical guidelines for employees as it appears on the order paper? No objections. The report is agreed to. Thank you. We now move to the next order. The third order. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Debate on transformation of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
As chairperson, honorable members, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. This is significant to me to return briefly to this podium because you know that despite the name of the title of the job I do, you are the ones who speak in this house. The speaker and I are merely timekeepers and rule enforcers. It is significant too because I return here in the middle of relatively fast recovering from a rude interruption by a mild stroke. I'm slowly kicking out of my body. Thank you for your well wishes. Allow me, Chairperson, to begin with the end in mind. This is humbly a request to you to approve our proposal as we head to Ghana in September for the 66th International CPA Conference, where we are to take the final decision on critical matters of the status of the organization. The South African delegation to these conferences, both regional and international, involves us in Parliament and the 9 provinces. We have become a tight team, usually meeting before, during, to evaluate our performance, and usually come out in many instances successful in the key issues we placed on the agenda. The end I have in mind is that the House should note the position of the South African delegation, involvement in the processes relating to the transformation of the CPA, fully recognize the initiatives and the leadership role played by South Africa through the initiative of the Gauteng legislature to deal with problematic laws in the constitution that establishes the CPA as a charity organization. Also notes the difficulty this poses in the work of parliaments across the regions of the world. There are about 9 regions that make up the CPA. The CPA is probably the only parliamentary organization without international status. Others, like parliamentary bodies such as the East Africa Legislative Assembly, the Pan-Africa Parliament, ECOWAS Assembly, the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific region structure, the EU, and the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union, all enjoy diplomatic status and privileges. Encouraged by the resolution of the General Assembly taken during the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference to endorse the change of the status of the CPA from a charity into a diplomatic organization, further support the decision of the CPA regions to develop benchmarks to guide the hosting of the headquarters when this is changed. The new association will be located in a new place with a different diplomatic and international organization status, and recognizing the need for the CPA to have observer status in the United Nations and have impact in the decisions of the world. This matter of the transformation of the CPA is item number 1 in 7 strategic objectives of the CPA International Annual Program for 22-23. This CPA was created by the British Empire, as it was called then, in 2011, with South Africa as a member. When the National Party took over following the 1848 elections they won, they promptly in 1949 left the body to pursue its apartheid policies unhindered by anyone, as it claimed. Soon thereafter, critical conferences of the CPA took strong decisions and objections to the apartheid practices in South Africa at the time. And this included the declaration, the Singapore Declaration, and the White Latino Declaration, and most crucial for us South Africans, Oliver Tambo, the president of the ANC then, campaigned generally around the African continent and in the world, including in the Commonwealth, to persuade them to accept the Harare Declaration. So the Singapore, the White Latino, and the Harare Declaration constitute the heart of the Commonwealth Charter. In other words, the nature and character that it was in the past has changed in that sense. This is why they're able to take the positions they took. Our country rejoined the CPA soon after independence in 1994. Our president attends, I said our presidents attend Commonwealth head of government meetings that do take place. Our own parliament join other parliaments at this level, such as the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as well as the Africa Region CPA Conference, and internationally, the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union. Our orientation in these affairs is an internationalist one. We pursue relations that advance our interests politically, economically, socially, and developmentally. We are drivers of our agenda and take our sovereignty seriously, as the minister spoke earlier on here. In this matter, the formulation of such an agenda is our constitution, which is our guide, and Ubuntu Butu is our key direction. We cooperate with the international, with our DERCO in this regard, and a case for improving this relationship can be improved. There's no question about it. The debate sets in motion a process to evaluate parliamentary diplomatic efforts, our agenda and its implementation, assess the extent to which we fulfill our dreams in the international platforms and domestically inside our country, as well as elsewhere, especially given our 30th anniversary in next year. The CPA, just to be quick, has the following objectives in Africa: to pursue the pursuit of ideals of democracy and good governance, promoting gender emancipation, equality, and equity of women, promoting respect for human rights and freedom, increasing knowledge and education concerning constitutional and legislative systems of member countries, participation in election observer missions, increasing knowledge and democratic electoral processes. It basically argues for parliaments that are responsive, effective, and efficient, and accountable. It is for that reason that we request you members, as I said at the beginning, that you support our resolution as we go to Ghana in September, where the continent is coherent and united and at one. We work so in a difficult environment in which Australia, Britain, and Canada often act together, but because of our strength and unity of voice, it would be bad news for us to break ranks. South Africa's delegation in those forums is continually collected in a collective manner and in a spirit of unity, achieves many of its objectives. We have been relatively successful so far to have moved the entire body to agree with this resolution for its transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Botland.
House Chairperson, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association exists to promote knowledge of the constitutional, legislative, economic, social, and cultural aspects of the parliamentary democracy, with particular reference to countries in the Commonwealth. With the above said responsibilities, The DA welcomes the proposed change of status of the CPA from a charitable organization registered under the Charities Act of the United Kingdoms to an international organization. The work of the CPA as an interparliamentary organization is indeed critical to the sustenance of interlearnings and collaborations. It is extremely encouraging that African Regional Bloc is vocal, and it is at the forefront of pushing for transformation of the CPA. According to the report which we are debating, the Africa region has been the most vocal on the matter of the status change. In fact, the report says that the African Bloc has reached a unanimous agreement that the status of CPA should be changed. Calls for Africa to rise are bearing fruits. The rise of Africa and the rise of Africans means that Africa will be an equal voice in every room we find ourselves. Africa will claim her seat at the tables where decisions that affect her are made. We support the proposal by the African Regional Bloc that the CPA constitution be amended to pave way for the change of the status. And secondly, that a new non-charitable organization be established. While we support the sovereignty of Australia, British Islands, Mediterranean and Canada regions, their hesitance to support the change of legal status of the association is of great concern to us. The DA hopes that with continued engagement, these countries will support the proposed change of status, which will bring changes such as citizens who are not UK nationals facing barriers to employment by the association's secretariat, making it difficult for citizens of other member states to be employed at the CPA's secretariat's headquarters, which is located in London, unless there are no qualified persons within the UK, I beg your pardon, or the EU. The Democratic Alliance is elated with the report which states that other regions are in agreement with this charitable state association change of the association. Honorable House Chairperson, when all is said and done, this debate about the change of CPA status must translate to the change of quality of life of South Africans. And the change starts here, in this august house. The DA supports the role of CPA as an organ that works to support good governance, democracy, human rights, as these values cannot be taken for granted in an era where CPA member states trample on these core pillars. Honorable House Chairperson, the CPA has aligned itself with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which talks about peace, justice, strong institutions. Allow me to speak on peace and justice. House Chairperson, on peace, the UN records that women and girls comprise of 60% of all homicide victims killed by intimate partners or family members. Sadly, South Africa is not immune. A member of this parliament stands accused of murdering his wife and continues to enjoy privileges of being an MP while in custody. The silence of the ANC on this matter is really loud. House Chairperson, on justice, the court remains inaccessible to the poor and the vulnerable. The LGBTQIA+ communities are vulnerable groups in South Africa. Reverend Sechaba Rakoloti was killed in cold blood, allegedly by his husband. Last week, in a television interview, his family reported that there is no progress on the court case. They in fact believe that that critical evidence has gone missing, compromising the prospects of justice for Sechaba. As we celebrate Pride Month, we call for the transformation of CPA to place LGBTQI rights firmly on the African agenda. May we give meaning to the life of Reverend Sechaba Rakoloti and many others who have been cut short by barbaric acts fueled by hate. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Msane, but the person is coming is not Honorable Msane, but Nigi Kamalako Nkolel. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Ngobile Msongo.
Thank you.
It's fine. First and foremost, I want to greet the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, President Julius Malema, officials of the EFF, commissars, and all fighters. Chairperson, in its direct definition, the Commonwealth was established for this reason, and I quote, to maintain and associate between countries that had once been part of the British colonies, but which were considered free and equal. Having those words, free and equal in the same sentence as our colonies, is nothing but a paradox meant to pacify spineless, indecisive leaders and governments, especially here in Africa. The Commonwealth was formed before any African state got its independence from the very same colonizers. And to be exact, that was in 1949. Under the same breath, we are pacified into believing that the Commonwealth countries have a sense of kinship and unity and are described as family. Calling ourselves as a family nation with the Commonwealth, one is left with a possible question on how can we be family with our oppressors, slave owners and our killers. The head of this Commonwealth is Charles III, meaning that since South Africa is part of the Commonwealth state, we owe our allegiance to the same monarch that oversaw those brutal assassinations of our leaders and dispossession of our land, that stole our diamonds and our minerals, and which to this day has never repatriated them or even apologized for the injustices. If there is any transformation that must be done, our African states should be bringing justice to Africans for crimes against humanity and theft committed by this monarch. Now, Chair, we'll be told by some praise singers, as we've been hearing here, and spineless ruling party members, that we stand here at this podium, that the Commonwealth is helping to promote peace and prosperity, helping in small business development and legislation and election monitoring. What a joke and what a lie. How could a sober leader believe that your oppressor will educate and develop you to your best interests? Yeah, John Cheng wrote a book labeled Kicking Away the Ladder. And if as a continent we want to look to the oppressors for development, we need to think twice and kick the ladder of colonialism and neo-colonialism away. Chair, you must protect me from the rabble mouths there shouting. Instead of looking into reconfiguring the Commonwealth, we must just get out of the Commonwealth as African member states and put much focus on all organs of the AU, like African Court for Human and People's Rights, and stand by peace force instead of being bullied by institutions like ICC, telling us who to form an alliance with, who to arrest, and when to get them arrested. The Commonwealth is not different to the Francophone arrangement, which to date does not want to leave African countries to run their business in peace without France, their master, dictating to them on what to do and when to do it. Chair, to add salt to our wound, as soon as African leaders get into power, they get summoned like little boys and girls, or let me use an appropriate phrase, they get summoned like lads and sissies dressed in those revolting attires to go and see the British monarch and owe and pledge their allegiance on our behalf, which we don't agree to. Let's not be fooled into believing that they stood by us during apartheid by suspending the apartheid state membership in 1960, because that was the scramble between the British and the Dutch on who will be a better slave owner. To make it worse, the democratic government chose the better devil as British. What a mockery to our democracy and to all the people who died fighting for democracy of this country. Every member state pays a yearly contribution to belong to these circles. That continues to oppress Africans, and it is our money that is being used to do this, and we should fully reject it at all costs. We want to salute President Robert Mugabe for being the only decisive former British African colony leader who withdrew from this continuous oppression, who stood firm on his ground and refused to continue to have Zimbabwe colonized by Commonwealth. We salute him for his bravery. Chair, lastly, we must emancipate this continent from slavery and lead without being babysitted by Charles III. We must refuse to be babysitted. We must be an independent state and run our own affairs without Commonwealth dictating to us on what to do, when to do it. We are not their children. We're an independent state that must have its own independence at all material times without having the United States of America and Commonwealth dictating terms and conditions to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Tlengwa.
Yeah. Honorable House Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we want to assure you of our support in the changes that you have presented to us today. Yeah, you see this thing of ukuthi imuphi umlungu enomthandayo neningamthandi ningasifaki sonke ngoba khona enibathandayo bakhona enibathandayo manje ke yeah so manje ke khona enibathandayo. House Chairperson, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in its name tells us that it carries a shared interest for all those that align with it. When it was initially developed and the world was not at a point where there was any cognizance of Africa's challenges and the marginalized people in the continent. We are not ignorant of the fact that this association was born out of imperial and colonial conquest. However, its transformation provides a golden opportunity to reposition this entity as a custodian for global development and social and economic justice. The IFP subscribes to the position of experts and esteemed individuals that have been calling for systematic changes and transformation of global institutions such as the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, the Bretton Woods institutions, and of course, in this case, the CPA. These have been accompanied by calls for a shift in the modus operandi of merely filling quotas by simply inviting African Commonwealth countries to one that meaningfully engages its members and one that is sensitive and reactive to the inevitable transformation agenda. As the CPA is meant to give effect to support and give effect to the ideals of democracy, we realize that it cannot function in isolation from the very nations it seeks to serve. As such, there is a need for this institution to diversify how it approaches and addresses matters in relation to the Commonwealth nations specifically and the global community in general. The transformation we speak of should be regarded as a response to the ever-changing and ever-evolving world order that is built upon the pillars of globalization and technological advancement. Globalization has brought about a closer world where cultural identities and are over more visible. Our working relationships require us to interact on a daily basis with people from different cultural and ethnic backgrounds, varying political affiliations and ideologies, and governments of different strokes and streams around the world, which means that organizations such as the CPA need to be an environment that embraces, but one that is not blind to the cultural differences and political differences that characterize the world we live in. There is a need for institutions such as the CPA to be enablers of global development, especially considering the legacies left behind by imperialism and colonialism and apartheid specifically in South Africa. There is opportunity in adversity, as this is the genesis that will catapult global change for Commonwealth nations. The time has come for us to step away from merely theorizing what transformation should look like, as we have been presented with an opportunity to action our theories. And so, Deputy Speaker, as I've said, we support the proposals that you have made and hope that they will be well received by those whom we interact with on the global stage. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tlengwa. And now I'll recognize Honorable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACGP notes that the Commonwealth of Nations consists of 56 countries, was an evolutionary outgrowth of the British Empire. Contemporaneous with its shedding of mercantilist philosophy, the empire began implementing responsible government. It recognized the need to transform or face a decline into obscurity. The Statute of Westminster 1931 began formally allowing dominions to control their own domestic and foreign affairs and to establish its own diplomatic corps. The colonialist was transforming to become a benefactor. Most of the dependent states, after obtaining independence, chose Commonwealth membership, and like India, many opted not to recognize the Crown as head of state. At a meeting of the Commonwealth heads of government in Singapore in 1971, members adopted a declaration that restated the Commonwealth's voluntary and cooperative nature and committed the organization to promoting international peace, fighting racism, opposing colonial domination, and reducing inequalities in wealth. Now, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is an association to serve the parliamentarians of the Commonwealth countries by providing machinery for regular consultation and exchange of ideas and information among members of Commonwealth parliaments. One of the transformations within the CPA has been its influence in drawing women into parliaments. Parliamentarians will profit from a new partnership between the CPA and the United Nations, where more than 2.5 billion women and girls will benefit from the repeal and eradication of unequal laws. In line with its mission to promote democratic governance, CPA has taken substantial steps to strengthen democratic values among its members. The association has implemented initiatives to support capacity building, parliamentary strengthening, and the protection of human rights, fostering greater transparency, accountability, citizenship participation. This is often in nations unaccustomed to the benefits of the Judeo-Christian roots of white-old democracy and government to which the ACDP subscribes. The intended transformation of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association from a charitable organization represents an evolution. It must embrace inclusivity, strengthening democratic values, addressing global challenges, and leveraging technology. Transformation is truly progressive, and the ACDP asserts that true transformation in the CPA will be seen when reparations are made for the mineral wealth looted during colonialism and indigenous artifacts taken are returned. Additionally, support must be given to the African Francophone countries whose economies continue to suffer because of one-sided pre-independence agreement with France. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tring. I now recognize Honorable Jafta from the virtual platform. Honorable Jafta. I now recognize Cope from the virtual platform. Ayo. I now recognize Honorable Masipa. Oh, how do you call it? So that in the right, Honorable Masipa. Yes, right. Thank you. Go ahead.
House Chairperson, today we debate the transformation of Commonwealth Parliament Association with a heavy cloud hanging over South Africa due to the ANC's ruinous geopolitical stance on Russia's war in Ukraine. Yesterday, news broke out that a bipartisan group of US lawmakers are petitioning the White House to move the AGOA summit away from South Africa as a precursor to expelling the country from the trading bloc. This is in retaliation to what they consider to be South Africa's deepening military relationship with Russia. I do not need to spell out the devastating impact of such an expulsion on the South African continent. South African economy, apologies. This happens while our neighbor Botswana continues to strengthen their ties with USA. The Botswana government has just imported 100 bulls from Texas while their farmers sell their winners in South Africa. What is the ANC government doing to our farmers? Nothing. House Chairperson, the changes in the status of the CPA will be of no consequence as the ANC has chosen to be a fierce defender of warmongers. For one, the ANC government is deliberately refusing to implement basic international treaties. As a signatory of the Rome Statute that established the International Criminal Court, the ANC government should not be debating whether to arrest Putin or not. He is a war criminal and must be arrested. If the ANC fails to arrest Putin, South Africa will officially become an international pariah of the kind that is on our doorstep to the north of Limpopo. Most thought leaders
Honorable
of
Masipa,
politicians-
Honorable Masipa, please pause. Please pause, take your seat. Please pause, take your seat, Honorable Masipa. Honorable members, you know that you are allowed to heckle and interject, but it can't be running commentary to a point where you're drowning the speaker on the platform. The person who must hear is the speaker, not how you drown the speaker. Please refrain from that. Honorable Masipa, please continue.
As a signatory of the Rome Statute that established the International Criminal Court, the ANC should not be debating whether to arrest Putin or not. He is a war criminal and must be arrested. If the ANC fails to arrest Putin, South Africa will officially become an international pariah of the kind that is on our doorstep to the north of Limpopo. Most thought leaders, scholars, and politician commentators agree that Putin is a war criminal and must be arrested. Only the corrupt ANC sees nothing wrong with Putin waging war against a sovereign state. ANC doctrine of non-alignment is not different from President Thabo Mbeki's ruinous silent diplomacy that destroyed Zimbabwe and created a regional crisis for which South Africa is still paying the price today. With farmers already struggling under the devastating weight of load shedding, South Africa's expulsion from AGOA stemming from the ANC support of a war criminal will destroy what is left of the agricultural sector and lead to tens of thousands of job losses. Our membership of the CPA will not mean anything if the ANC's suicide mission on AGOA leads to our expulsion from this important trade agreement. The ANC government has become so reckless that it is prepared to destroy our economy to bow to a Kremlin criminal who does not care about the welfare of farm workers and factory workers at the fruit processing plants. South Africa should not allow the ANC to take us down with them as we prepare to vote them out in 2024. Enough is enough. A DA government will do everything in its power to rebuild valuable relationship alliance. The transformation of CPA must come, but the ANC must go. We support you, Secretary. Thank you.
Putin.
Your surname also, man. Thank you, Honorable Masipa. Thank you, Honorable Masipa. Honorable Faber. Is that a point of order, Honorable Faber?
Chairperson, yes. On a point of order. I would like my member to be able to repeat his last minute or so, because he was drowned and no one could hear, Chairperson.
No. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable Abrams. Please, order. You don't need to respond to a member who's making a point of order. You know it's not allowed. There's no reason why you do that. Please go ahead, Honorable Faber.
Chairperson, as you can see, I'm even being drowned by making a point of order. And I mean, if my member was saying that Putin is a war criminal, as was decided by the ICC, I do believe that he should be able to repeat what he's saying without being drowned.
Thank you, Honorable Faber. Thank you, Honorable Faber. Unfortunately, he's done with his speech. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Lisoma.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, ministers and deputy ministers on the virtual platform, the president of the country and the ANC, President Ramaphosa. We rise here in this afternoon, Honorable House Chair, as ANC in support for the motion for reposition Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for the inclusive, equitable, democratic world order. Honorable House Chair and fellow South Africans, allow me not to be tempted to engage on out of tune points that have been raised by or some of the honorable members. Parliament and government is involved in multilateral organization to pursue the objectives of our own constitution and our history relationships with communities of the world, to their parliaments and governments. South Africa's foreign policy priority of strengthening the North to South dialogue asserts that the good relationship of ongoing dialogue between South Africa and the regional organizations of the North, as well as the European Union and organizations such as Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Okay, thank you. I thought I was using a rally voice. That's why nobody complains. Thank you so much for your kindness. Such as the European Union and organizations such as Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is of critical importance in the day of advancing parliamentary democracy. We support the call of the international community for fundamental transformation of institutions of global governance and its management with a view to enhance equity, transparency, and efficiency. The commitment to the restructuring of global institutions is ultimately aimed at bringing about a more democratic world order that truly reflects the reality of the 21st century. Global challenges constituting human security, environment, sustainability, poverty, alleviation, inequality, and employment, political and economic crisis require a more inclusive multilateral cooperation to find equitable multilateral solutions to the global problems. Our parliament should work in influence the North to find a global responses to the effects of global economic and financial crisis that it encounters. Therefore, the policy priority should be to ensure that organizations such as IPU and CPA are restructured so that they become strong instruments to simplify the voice of South and the North formations and lend their support to the efforts that seeks to promote the development of South and thereby counter its marginalization. Honorable House Chair, the fundamental transformation of the CPA is informed by the reality that 60% of the annual subscriptions paid to finance the programs and activities of this organization is coming from the African continent. It is equally important to note that the determination and consistent pressure for the urgent transformation of the CPA is led by the Africa region and mainly the countries of the global South against the resistance of global North, which mainly consists of the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia. At present, South Africa, through the Gauteng legislature, remains central in the altering the stubbornness, untransformed constitutions and other legislations of this association. The Gauteng legislature have proposed to deal with the problematic legalities that establishes this organization by deleting or revoking Article 37(2) of the CPA Constitution, which states, I quote, "A proposed amendment shall be valid if it does not have the effect of causing the association to cease to be the charity according to the law in jurisdiction in which the Secretariat of the Association is then established," I close quote. The CPA Africa region holds view that there should be no binding passages of this nature in the Constitution and a motion fully adopted by the General Assembly. This motion, Honorable House Chair and honorable members, was first tabled in the 6th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Cameroon, Yaoundé, in 2014. The 6th General Assembly deferred the motion on the grounds that most of the branches were not familiar with the content and legal imperatives of the CPA status. In 2016, therefore, an expert committee was established comprising of one representative from each of the 9 CPA regions was established to look into possible amendments, including Article 35, and the legal and tax implications of the advice received regarding the change of status of the CPA. Therefore, all the governance structures, including the expert committee, recommended that the CPA must change its status to ensure that association enjoys the necessary privileges and immunities as international organization. Furthermore, the experts and committee, after examining various options of how best to change the status of association, recommended that the association be constituted in the United Kingdom as an interparliamentary institution with an international vocation, with functional privileges and immunities to reflect its appropriate status. The reasons and the rationale position of the regions. Honorable House Chair, out of the 9 provinces, it's worth noting that only 2 regions that did not agree, Australia, British Island and Mediterranean, which are famously known as BIM, and Canada, are hesitant to support the change of legal status of the association. The other regions are in agreement that the charitable status of the association is no more relevant, and therefore the association should transform into an international organization. Honorable House Chair and fellow South Africans, the African region has been the most vocal in this matter, as earlier on the Honorable Deputy Speaker alluded to, and have reached an anonymous agreement that the status of the CPA should be changed from the charity organization to the international parliamentary organization. Subsequently, Africa also proposed that CPA constitution must be amended to pave the way for the change of status, and secondly, that the new charitable organization be established. Thus far, here are the actions that have been taken towards that road. Notwithstanding the UK's view, the General Assembly of Association directed all Commonwealth heads of government be informed about the developments on the intention to change the legal status of the CPA. In this regard, Honorable House Chair, a letter was written to all Commonwealth heads of government by former chairperson of the CPA executive and speaker of the Parliament of Bangladesh, Honorable Shireen Shamim, in July 2017. Secondly, the establishment of an expert committee in December 2016. That's a progress and action that has been done thus far. The establishment of the working parties between 1996 and 2010. During the 65th CPC held in Canada in 2022, the General Assembly reaffirmed the agency and the prioritization of securing the new status of the CPA, which reflect that the CPA's work as an international interparliamentary organization. The General Assembly instructs the secretariats to bring a firm proposal to the 66 CPA in Ghana in 2023, which will enable a new non-charitable CPA to establishment in 2023. Legal and financial advice should continue to be taken throughout this process to ensure that the proposal brought to the 66 CPC safeguard our existence as assets and deliver long-term sustainable solution. It is important, fellow South Africans, to walk through that at all engagement of the CPA, South African delegation continues to raise consistently and robustly so the key pillars of our democratic dispensation, such as justice, human rights, promotion of democracy, values of respect for the rule of law, gender mainstreaming, and sustainable development. South African Parliament currently serves in the executive structures of this organization and continue to provide leadership and contribute to the participation in the annual conferences by ensuring that South Africa is able to influence and derive a value add in the following. Fellow South Africans, we are saying and giving this account to give rationale why we support the motion presented by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. South African Parliament currently serves in the executive structures of this organization and continue to provide leadership and contribute through its participation in annual conferences by ensuring that South Africa is able to influence and derive value for the following reasons, honorable members. Ensure that Africa is together and united in the world affairs that includes arriving at critical debates in this organization, collectively pursue the values of internationalism, given the connectedness and the unique challenges and common resolve to address developmental issues in development inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Fully campaign.
Honorable Lisoma, I did not stop you from proceeding. No, it
Thank you,
does.
Honorable Chair.
It doesn't work like that.
Chair,
It doesn't work like that.
Chair,
Uh,
a point of order.
Is that a point of order, member?
Yes, that's why I'm the chair.
Yeah, what is the
Chair,
point of order?
Chairperson, having listened to all these things, Ulisema Shoy, can she take a question? Because we want to know, when are they talking about our gold in the Bank of London and the head of Kim Hinsa?
Let's
That's what we
ask
should
her.
be talking about, not all this.
Thank you,
Can she
Honorable
take a
Posa.
question?
Honorable members, please. Honorable Lisoma, will you take a question?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I will not take a question. He has to answer himself.
All right, please proceed and wrap up.
Fully campaign to drive out undemocratic processes at an international forum and assert the sovereignty of the South African countries in the developing world. Alter power relationships at a CPA international between countries of the North and the South. Fellow South Africans, you will agree with me, this is important.
Thank you, Honorable Lisoma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Your time has
ANC
expired. Thank you. Order members. Order members. I request that members to stand and allow the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day, and the plenary is adjourned. Thank you.